I'm in second place and you passed me. What place are you in?
First.
First place.
Yes.
I'm in second place and you passed me. Well, how would you be in first place?
Because I passed you. I passed you, so I'm in first.
I'm in second place, though.
Congratulations. Now I'm in first because I passed you. I passed you. Are we running? Are we driving? It doesn't matter. I passed you. I'm in first.
Man, good morning, fam. What up, Rogue C? Got Duck in the building. What up, what up, what up? Salute. I see Cynical One in the building too. What up, what up? Let me put that overlay back up, man. We got a lot of shit to talk about. I couldn't even put all this shit on the thumbnail. I don't even know if I'm gonna get around to all of this stuff. I might have to. Man, shout out to everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Let's see. I see Big Brenda Clark in the building. Shout out to Big Brenda. You need your coffee. I need mine too. What up, Mahogany Roots? Mahogany Roots and MJ in the building. Rogue C's in the building too. Duck, the cynical one. Y'all forgive me. I got to step away from this. I'm going to just be talking. But I did drop the link. So anybody that wants to come up, give us a little commentary. I had a bunch of different stuff to break down. That's one of the reasons why I'm running a little late this morning. Just having to put stuff up. And then it was definitely a long week. Just a long week. A lot of recovery and having to wind down. Not because of anything going on YouTube. Maybe a couple of things. Maybe a little night or two when we were doing a body camera footage. But nothing else really. Nothing else really. Just a whole lot of work. Like just work getting on my nerves. Not necessarily stressful, just time consuming. I always said, as far as work was concerned, work wouldn't even be a problem. I'm like, work is cool. The only issue is just having to go there, or having to do it. Like, what the fuck? Like, you know what I'm saying? Work would be easy as hell if you didn't actually have to do anything. Nah, it's just time consuming. That's really all it is. But understand that's usually why they pay you, because it's something that somebody else doesn't want to do. So it's all good. Before we get started and get into it, though, I want to remind everybody: make sure you guys like, share, subscribe. Cash App's available. Super Chat's available, regardless of which platform you're watching on. If you're at the home of the official YT Purge, or if you're on Aunt T's The Boiler Room, there should be a Super Chat available. If you are at the home of the official YT Purge, hey, the membership link is available too. You can give memberships, you can buy memberships for yourself. A couple of different tiers there. We will be taking some stuff behind the privacy wall pretty soon, so y'all will be able to see a bunch of different old content, because that channel has like it's pretty wild back there. Pretty wild back there behind the privacy wall. So it's all good. But nah, man, we're going to talk about a bunch of different topics. We're combing through the IG. Or matter of fact, I know we're going to talk about two in particular that I got queued up. Definitely two in particular. People send me clips, a lot of clips to kind of review, break down, and then all types of other stuff starts to come up in my feed. So one of the things that had came up in my feed, and this kind of went viral, and I would love if any of the ladies, especially if you've either been in a long-term relationship or you've been married, if you guys can possibly come up and kind of give us a little bit of commentary on this one. I'm gonna get right into it. Hold up. Let me switch my equipment here. Switch my equipment.
Because I have my coffee with official chat. Let's see what we got here. So, check out a few of these things, right? This was a wild one. This is a video that kind of went viral, right? I've seen a lot of people do reviews on this, and it is wild. So I had to get this one together. You saw this chick? She is fucked up over there, man. Like, she is fucked all the way up. Check this out, right? She says, hold up. Read that shit to y'all. Okay, so she's saying that she has a husband that's doing everything. She's got the perfect man. Life is good, but she is still, for some reason, unhappy. And she don't even know why. She just unhappy. So I'm going to play this. What up, Bronze? Most hated flat power God. I got young Riaz in the building, too. Y'all make sure y'all like the stream. Share. If I didn't drop the link, I'll drop it again. But listen to this shit, man. This is wild, dog. This is a few minutes worth of just, hey, you fucked up.
It's just not worth it dealing with someone else. It's just not worth it dealing with someone else every single day of your life. Every day. Every day you gotta deal with somebody. Is marriage even worth it? It's not. It's not. At some point, you're gonna realize that it's always best to just be alone. Because I've been married for about 7 years, and I don't even know if this is worth it. And not saying that there's anything necessarily wrong. There's nothing wrong, and that's the point. I don't even know why I'm upset. I'm just, not thinking that I made the right decision. And I have a good man. I do. And that's not the point.
Okay.
The point is, it's you really do lose yourself. You lose your sense of individuality. You lose your sense of peace. And this could be even to a good man. Like, you're gonna lose something, and I don't think it's worth it. Like, at all. I've always had a dream of, like, getting out of my hometown, like, city, and moving on, like, moving forward. Like, life is supposed to be experience. Like, we're supposed to be doing new things and traveling and all that. And I do all of that. But at some point, like, I don't know if I want to continue doing this every single day of my life. Like, always checking in with someone, always having to consider their feelings, it's always somebody else. You're never alone. Like, you never have a moment to yourself. You never can do that. And imagine somebody that you know for such a short amount of time, because you're never gonna know that man like you think you do, and that's just not in a negative way. Like, I just don't think marriage is for me. And I'm tired of it, and I don't know what else to do, because this is like imagine living a fairy tale, and it's nothing like you imagine it. You're living your literal fairy tale, and it's not what you want. It's not what you want. Even if you think that you want it, even if it's exactly what you dreamed of, it's still just, I don't know.
There you go. There you have it. So, Mahogany. I got Mahogany Roots and MJ in the building. Wow, this chick is in some fucking tears. Tears.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. Thank you so much. And good morning to everybody in the chat. I have so much to talk. I have so much to say about this topic. Where do you want me to start?
Wherever you want. Because, okay, so here's my take on it. She's pissed. Well, she's in tears. She feels like there's more out there in the world, and she's just missing it because she's married to this person. So, I mean, I have my opinion on it, and I'll be glad to give it. But I want to hear yours first. Like, I think she's miserable because she feels as though she's missing out on something else that she's never had. I don't know. But go ahead, Mahogany. You got it.
So it's hard to break down videos like this because they are so short and ambiguous. A lot of times they leave us with question marks. We don't know exactly the whole story. We don't know why she's so unhappy. And it could be because, she doesn't want to expose everything. She wants to leave some level of privacy about the relationship. It could be because she's trying to be respectful about it. It could be because she doesn't want her family members to know exactly what she's going through. So a lot of times it could be those things. But in my experience, I was married for close to 13 years. And in my experience, when a person is unhappy, there is, it doesn't mean it's the other person, but it does mean that there's issues that are serious enough for them to feel that way. For example, excluding that other person, maybe she realized that she married the wrong person and doesn't want to admit that. Because a person could treat you well, but if you're not in love with them, then you know what I mean? Then it could be that she has a child with this person, and she really doesn't want to be with the person. It could be so many things. That's why for me, it would be hard for me to break a video down if I don't have all the parts and pieces, moving pieces to the puzzle. But for me, personally, people will say, I want to get this out, because there's a misconception that when women file for divorce, uncontested, because I filed for divorce uncontested, but there were several reasons I did it. It didn't mean for me that there were no problems. It just meant for us that we wanted to get it over with and done. So people don't always tell you the reasons, but that doesn't mean that the reasons are not sufficient. So yeah, I would need to hear a little bit more. One thing this is the biggest thing with me. I've heard on these panels, men don't seem to understand, oh, a man is paying the bills. He's paying the bills, not cheating. And some people will even say, oh, he's not cheating on you. He's paying the bills. What else do you want? Well, it could be a lot of other things. It could be the way, and I'm not insinuating any of this on this situation. I'm just saying in general, it could be the treatment of the woman, how he's talking to her. Is he even spending time with her? Is he there? Like it's one of those passerbys where literally he comes home, takes over, and then she goes to work. Like, what exactly is going on? I'd have to know more about the situation. Is she suffering from something? Is she suffering from some type of illness? And does she feel alone? Does she feel unsupported? Like, there has to be more information given.
Well, I mean, okay, and this is something I had this conversation with somebody the other day. There doesn't always have to be like something wrong. Like everybody's like, yo, if you're just unhappy in your marriage, somebody's doing something wrong, and something's always somebody's fault. Like even what I'm getting from her, she's like, yo, there's not like this dude ain't doing nothing wrong. Ain't nothing his fault. None of that shit. She's just like she feels as though she's missing out. It's more of what's not there. She's like she wanted to go and move away. She wanted to do this. She wanted to do that. And pretty much she feels like she's in a prison.
Can I say this? I want to say this.
So
can I say this, and I promise I'll let you take it back. What it is she doesn't know how to express verbally what is wrong, but there is definitely something wrong. I'm not saying he is the problem. I'm not saying that, but there is something wrong. For instance, in my first marriage, I was very young, and I didn't want to acknowledge that I was not ready to be somebody's wife. Like there's things wrong, but people might not know how to verbalize it, or they might not want to verbalize it. He wanted a stay-at-home wife, and I didn't want to be a stay-at-home wife. There was miscommunication. I love my child, I love my husband, but I was bored to death most of the days just talking to the baby. And so I will just say this. I think to say there's nothing wrong, but I'm unhappy is a scapegoat. There is something wrong. She just doesn't know how to communicate it. I'm not saying that it's him that's wrong. I'm saying there is a problem. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so unhappy. She's got to figure out what it is, whether it's something that whatever it is. It could be her lack of feeling that she has completed anything. Maybe she needs to go back to school. I don't know what it is. There's not enough information, but she has to figure that out if she's going to fix the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, all right, here's my take on it. I've said this for a long time. Some people are just extremely comfortable functioning in dysfunction, right? So when things are functional, they're uncomfortable. Like they're just really uncomfortable. Some people are determined to just have something to fight for. There's got to be a fight. There's got to be a fight somewhere. Like I think we've all had relationships like that where it's like a motherfucker will start an argument and start shit just either just to make up or just so there's something going on. People will make shit up to be pissed off about. You know? And I mean, I guess right now, like it looks like she's finding her way to the car. She's smoking a little weed in the car. You know what I'm saying? All of that stuff, and she's just crying out of nowhere, like, "Hey, this guy is giving me nothing to fucking argue with him about. Nothing to argue about. There's no challenge. You know, it's almost like playing a game that's so easy you can just you just walk right through it. It's like, fuck, this game isn't fun to play. You gotta be challenged. You know what I'm saying? And some people just don't. Just like I said, some people are just not comfortable functioning without dysfunction. Like some people are are addicted to toxicity or something in some kind of way. And I don't know if it's toxicity. I think she just wants a challenge. Like, just like you said, she wasn't ready for a marriage. And also, I think she knows, like, at this point in her life, she's probably not shit. Like she's not shit. And this dude, she knows she doesn't belong in a marriage like this with a guy like this. You know, at least not now.
Yes. I'm connecting to that link, but I'm listening to every word you say. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sweetheart.
Just so you know, I'd share a link with Mahogany, and it has something to do with something that has nothing to do with this topic right here. But at the same time, but no, that's what I'm saying. Mahogany, I don't. That's my take on it. I put this in Anton Daniels' comment thread because he did a video on this right here. This is pretty much a viral story right now. Not story, but video that's gone. Everybody's seen it. It's popping up in everybody's feed in multiple different ways. I tried to get as much of it as I could and then kind of put it together, in the right order. But I didn't like his take on it, as I don't like a lot of these motherfuckers' takes on things, because everything is always somebody else's fault. I know Anton Daniels, his take on it was, well, I hope she leaves this dude so that way he can just go get another chick. And I'm like, well, I would agree with you halfway, motherfucker. Halfway, yeah, she does need to leave this guy if she's just unhappy, because chances are she's just going to spread more misery. So I will agree with that. But at the same time, I don't agree that he should just get another chick, because this dude is likely a horrible judge of character right there. He's a horrible judge of character, and he don't pay attention to his damn woman anyway, because he got an unhappy fucking wife, and he's just sitting here smiling and everything's good. You know what I'm saying? So he might need a little solitude his goddamn self before he just pick another woman, because more than likely, a guy like that is just going to pick another woman that's going to do the same shit. And every other woman might not be so nice about it. Just being real, she might not just go to the car and smoke a spliff and talk to her damn smartphone about it. She might start an argument. She might shikari his ass upside the damn head or something, you know what I'm saying, and bang him for a bunch of bread. She might just, she might just actually breed some real toxicity into the household. She might not take it to the car, just being real. So a lot of the times, I will put a little bit on this dude. You damn right. And I know the fella's gonna have pushback for that. I don't give a fuck. If you are able to sit here and smile for the camera or smile in the house and pay bills while your chick is going through some shit like this, though, dude, you got some issues. You got some issues, just like them chicks have issues where they can just sit here and lollygag, kiki, ha ha. Life is all good when their man is damn miserable over here, and he's living life like he's got a ball and chain strapped to his damn ankle. Yeah, I said the same thing to women that do that shit. So I would say the same thing to dudes. No, don't tell me that it's okay that there's a dude that's not into this shit too, because his wife is miserable, and he seems to either not know it, not care, or he's just ignoring it, and that's not cool.
I wanted to add something. Can you hear me? There's a lag. I'm sorry.
Now go ahead. You got it.
That's enough. And just trust me, I know what I'm talking about. The reason I say she might not know how to verbalize it, what to say, is because a lot of times, everybody knows I'm from the South, but I'm just telling you, a lot of women get raised a certain way to believe a certain thing. I've watched a lot of videos where women will say, well, I believe a wife does this, and I believe a husband does this. So sometimes when you get into a relationship, you get into a marriage, and it doesn't go that way. So let's say, because I know I believed a lot of things about marriage, and then I realized I had to do things my own way. We had to do things that worked in our relationship. So I grew up, my mom pretty much made dinner for us every night. But after I started working full time, when my husband hurt himself, it was kind of hard for me to make dinner every night. And then I felt bad. I felt like I wasn't doing what I was supposed to do. And then one day, with time, with age, with experience, I realized, I got to do what works for my family. Same thing with the husband. You might be told, a man does this and a man does that. But I'm just telling you, telling people that until you go through it, and unless we know exactly more about what she's talking about, it's really hard to decipher. what exactly is going on. She's got to verbalize a little bit more. But I think this is a great topic, Auntie. And I wasn't being, I'm just looking at multiple things like I often am while I'm up here. But is there more to the clip?
No, that was actually I mean it was like what she was talking for about 4 or 5 minutes, so we let it run. I'll spin it again. And you can stop me because I had to watch it over and over again, and a lot of people are just playing like maybe a minute of it. There are bits and pieces of it, but you know what I'm saying, I got as much of it as I could without just going to her full TikTok page because I think we kind of seen enough. She's pissed though, like she's hurting.
Okay.
So let me know if you want me to stop it. I'll start it from the beginning. It's not a lot. And I got some more stuff to break down too.
Okay.
It's just not worth it dealing with someone else every single day of your life. Every day. Every day you gotta deal with somebody. Oh, is marriage even worth it? It's not. It's not. At some point, you're gonna realize that it's always best to just be alone. Because I've been married for about 7 years, and I don't even know if this is worth it. Like, and not saying that there's anything necessarily wrong. There's nothing wrong, and that's the point. Like, I don't even know why I'm upset. I'm just, like, not thinking that I made the right decision. Like, and I have a good man, I do, and that's not the point. The point is, it's like, you really do lose yourself. You lose your sense of individuality.
You can pause it real quick. Can you pause
your
it?
sense of...
So remember when I was saying when I was married, and especially after I had my baby, see, like, I don't know what her situation is. Maybe she's a housewife, and there is a feeling of when you get married, especially for women. I know for myself, I got up here and talked about how I felt like I was losing myself because you become, I literally became all about my family, which is understandable. But you know, the thing is, you have to leave, whether you're a man or a woman, you got to leave a little bit of time for yourself. I don't care if it's an hour a day. You've got to leave time for yourself. It's like she's overwhelmed because she's trying to take on everything. Because she said that she doesn't have time and she's got to do such and such every day. And this is what I'm talking about. But she needs to verbalize it more. What do you need, sis? Do you need an hour away from him and the kids? What do you need? You need, you know, 1 day a week to go to your family member's house to get away. What do you need? Do you need, you know, what is it that you need? It seemed like she said she need alone time, and that's more than understandable. Because also, it depends on her personality. It seems like she might be a very introverted type of person due to her lack of verbalization and due to her wanting some time alone. And so you've got to feed the need of the person. And I think I'm telling you, I felt that way. She is trying to fulfill everybody else's needs. I bet you she's trying to fulfill this fantasy of what marriage is. She's trying to be the wife, right? Probably tease him at home. In other ways, also, possibly she's a mother. She's trying to take care of the kids. Who knows? But she is not leaving. To me, what it sounds like is she's not leaving very much time for herself, and she's coming undone. But go ahead. Can you go ahead? Can you go ahead?
Well, I just got Big Brenda Clark on the panel.
Hey,
So
Brenda.
she's gonna give us a little bit with this too. So what do you think, Brenda?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so I did see this before, and I want to say this. So one, the first thing I took into account, I was surprised when this woman said that she was married 7 years
Me too.
because she looks very young to me, Mahogany,
Mm-hmm.
right? And so what I'll say this, I'll start with this, right? I think that what society and what Christendom and church does is a disservice to a lot of women. It is, and even men to a certain extent, get married, have kids, the white picket fence, the American dream, go out there and get married. And these women, and I stand by it, and I could be wrong. People can say, well, I've been married since I was 21 and it worked out for me. It's too young. I don't think anybody needs to be married in their early 20s. You have not lived life. You don't really know who you are. You're still out there kind of figuring it out, okay? You didn't do your partying if that's what you wanted to do. You know, you don't really know your likes and your dislikes, and so you're automatically putting yourself into the being a wife and a mother. And you're learning that, right? Because nobody knows how to be a wife and a mother until you're being a wife and a mother. And but you've never taken the time out to really figure out who you are. And it seems like she's experiencing burnout.
Yes.
And I feel like if she was a matured woman, she could express like what you're saying, Mahogany, those things to the man in her life. She could be like, babe, like on Fridays, can I just have a few hours on Saturdays, you know, even going to get her maybe her nails done or her hair done, or even having a hobby, something of her own. But I feel like Mahogany, so I'm a woman in my 40s. At 40s, I've done these things, right? I've had hobbies. I know what I like. I've kind of created this kind of thing in my life where, or even in my 30s, like where a woman her age may not have been able to do these things. And now she's facing a point in her life where she's like, who am I? Like, I don't really get to be anything. Like, this is absolutely a conversation she could have had with her husband. So I totally agree. Like, why she's on the internet telling people and crying and not sitting down and having this conversation with her husband, it's weird to me. Like, this, I don't understand. And I feel like she,
No, you're saying everything that I said.
yeah.
That's what it is. She's young. She doesn't know how to verbalize herself. Everything. Go ahead, Miss Brenda. You cook.
No,
I mean,
but
I'm
like, go ahead,
more, but
Aunt.
yeah, it's wild. Like
Right,
right here.
because Aunt, right? As we're growing, like we're in relationships, like I know me, I feel like I'm never gonna stop growing. You're going to have different things that you like and different things you want to do, and these are conversations that you have with your partner. Let's say your partner comes to you in your late 40s and say, "Hey, babe, you know what? I decided I want to golf." That's a conversation. So, you know, on Sundays in the morning, like we could do breakfast and is my sound bad? Because I feel like I'm
You actually sound great, sound clear.
oh,
Because I know I fixed my sound. Where I got this shit coming through like a $300 speaker right now. So
oh,
that must be
okay.
clear.
Okay.
Hear every
But
crackle, every crisp, every clip, and you good.
okay, good. Because I want to say this, like you have to know that there are going to you have to being in a marriage and a relationship is about growing together. Like you're like so there's going to be like your givens, like your regular things that you do, but you're going to grow. And so you have to be able to come to each other and be like, you know what, I decided, you know, I really am feeling like I want to take up golfing. Like I was speaking to my boy and I went with him to a golf match the other day and I think I want to do it. So either the conversation can go, well, you know what, babe, that's what you want to do on Sundays. And then maybe when you come back home, we'll do dinner together. Or, babe, do you want to come with me? Because I might want to be out there on that golf cart with him, right? You know what I mean? So these are conversations that I feel like if she was matured enough and knew that, like you can come to your husband and have these conversations instead of the whole internet, the World Wide Web, because this is not good.
Well, I said this to Brenda, right? And
Yeah,
Mahogany, I said this. This was on my hell, that shit might still be on the damn the thread when I started this channel. Like people's best friend is their smartphone these days. It's their smart device. So she's talking to her best friend right now.
that's unfortunate.
And that's most people. It's literally their best friend. They trust it. They
So
trust it. We have a statistic as far as just like digital marketing goes. It says 88% of consumers they trust online reviews more so than a personal recommendation, like from a friend or a family member.
well,
They'll
I
trust
actually trust the
reviews like
personal recommendation, especially
yeah,
when it comes to girl things. Like if I'm
mm,
trying to try out some hair for if I want to get some braids or something, I'm going to my good girlfriend because baby, I can't chance it with that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah,
but
so Ann, I have a question.
why that is 88% of people why they would trust random
Random,
view random opinions of strangers
right?
strangers over a friend or a family member. I'm like, it's because they're really just trusting that smart device. That's
Which is
it. It's
unfortunate.
literally their best friend. People sleep with it. Some people take it into the bathroom, in the shower with them. People spend more time with that device than they do with their significant others and
That's
family members.
unfortunate
Your
because
brain
her
is like,
husband,
trust it.
How much do you want to bet her husband probably saw his wife on the World Wide Web discussing him instead of walking maybe 10 feet into another room and having this conversation with him? That would hurt my feelings real bad. Like I would feel.
Yes and no. Yes and no.
What? Explain.
Okay, so for a man, it's a little different, Brenda. I think.
Okay.
Or maybe for this dude, it might have hurt his feelings. I don't know. But with me, because I would assume like this is a conversation that you would have with your homegirl or with your therapist or something like that. Like, I don't know. I think it's just more so enlightening than anything, especially if you know you're on some till death do us part stuff. It's just another thing you would just have to get through. Like, it's just another bump in the road. So I wouldn't want to be hurt. Like I wouldn't.
But you wouldn't. You telling me that your feelings wouldn't be hurt? Like if I just turned on my smartphone one day and I saw my husband ranting to millions of people, I'd be like, what the fuck? What? Not mine. I mean, I don't know. But maybe hopefully I'll feel like I would create an environment where he would feel like he wouldn't need to do that. But like there's a problem in their relationship where this woman doesn't feel like she could have told him that. Because like, why are you crying in your car to millions of viewers? Like she didn't say she's separated now. She didn't say that they were estranged. She's still married. Where's your husband? Now maybe his co-workers. Can you imagine his family? Everybody now may be seeing this. Like, girl, ma'am.
And it's food for thought. I want to go to DS1. I got a sleep on the panel. Brenda, I'm gonna mute you up. Yeah, she muted up. It's a slight echo when we're talking, not when you're talking, but just when we're talking. Sheep, you got it.
Good morning, everyone. Salute,
bro.
This is crazy. This video is crazy, but I'm finding that her sentiments that she's echoing is becoming normal amongst a lot of women, and I think this is a good topic because for men, right? This should let us know, especially guys who are a little bit more traditional in their perspective on how they see relationships. This is a learning lesson for us because, you know, we could be with a woman for years and be prepping and doing all of this stuff to make her your wife, and you know, you doing things and you changing, you know, you basically preparing to accept a wife in your life. And you could be with this woman and in the back of her mind, she really don't want to be your wife. And then you take her in as your wife, bring her in to everything you got going on. And now you have to totally rewire how you see this woman to deal with her. Because see, one thing a lot of women don't realize is when you get with a man that's locked in, that's exactly what he is. He's locked in. So when you switch up, he now has to rewire how he sees you. Because once I see you as my wife and I make you my wife, I don't see you as nothing else. You see? So when you come and start acting other than my wife and complaining about being my wife, I have to now rewire how I see you and how I deal with you. So fellas, pay attention to this, man, because you have to be careful of what you commit yourself to. Because a lot of these women say they want to be married. They talk that big marriage talk. They talk that, oh, well, what you gonna do as a man? When you gonna make her this? You know, all of that shit is fluff and it's talk. And this video is the proof of it. That a lot of this gaslighting women be doing on the internet to men, they don't really want to be married. They really don't want to be kept women because they feel like they missing a lot of shit. And a woman at a certain age who still thinks she's missing something, that's immaturity. If you still think it's something out there for you to run around and be a part of, you're immature. That's immaturity within itself. Women are not getting married while they immature. That don't make no sense. Because if you immature to get married, you should be immature enough to have sex. You shouldn't be having sex. Period. If you are a immature female, you should not be laying up with no men. Because all dick gonna do is make you delirious. So if you are immature, right, you shouldn't have no boyfriends. You shouldn't be around no men if you immature. So why are we even talking about women getting married young and being immature? No, a lot of these girls get married when they're young because they make the mistake of having sex before getting married, knowing that they was taught that they supposed to get married first, right? But they listen to their bodies, they follow their flesh, they feel bad about it. So the way they cover it up is by getting married. Now you're married to a man you just was fucking. You don't even know the dude like that. You just know his dick game. So now you married to your sex partner. This is what's happening. But women don't want to say this because it makes them look a certain type of way to weak ass men. Because weak ass men will then throw them in the category that those same weak ass men are in. Because them same weak ass men who will go in on those women will then try to fuck those women. So at the end of the day, if we dealing with maturity versus immaturity, right, then the mature thing for a woman to do if she have sex before she get married, right, is to accept what you did, right, and move on. Don't go and marry the nigga to try to cover up what you done, because that's what a lot of women did. And that's why a lot of women regret getting married young. You was fucking young. That's why you got married young. Women who don't start fucking young, they don't get married young. A lot of these women who got married young, they was already fucking. It wasn't like they was virgins and then they got married at 17 and was still a virgin until she had sex with her husband on her wedding. That's cap. That's fantasy world. That's not real life. And these women know that, but they won't tell the truth. They want to keep coming up and making it seem like, oh, I don't know what's going on and I don't really know what to do. Okay, so if you don't know your way around being a wife, you shouldn't have learned how to properly take dick, because that's what these women who complain about being wives, they're experts at. You're a horrible wife, but you're an expert at taking penis. That has always confused me. If you know your way around a bedroom, how you don't know how to keep no husband? If you so good at being a girlfriend, you don't know how to be a wife, it's because you don't want to be. And that's what these women don't want to say. They scared to say, I don't want to be your wife. I don't want to be.
I think Mahogany wanted to get in there, and Brenda's disagreeing with you in the chat. She's like, "What?"
Well,
Yeah.
yes. Well, I love Sheep Stacy, first of all, so there's no problems here. And I wanted to respond to something she said and he said, because that was a good point. So I'll do Miss Brenda first. That was a good point that I forgot to get to. Like, I was going to say, because I have done it, and I know of other YouTubers that have gotten on here and told the world things they shouldn't have, and that's why I believe she's like Miss Brenda and I actually agree. She is at a point of just, which I can't remember the word she used, but basically having a breakdown, but instead of going to her husband, she's going to the internet, that's this new thing. You know, back when I first got married, maybe there was internet and I just wasn't on it. I don't know. So that's a problem. And then far as Sheep, I wanted to say to Sheep, I understand what he's saying. And I will say this, I understand what he's saying because it is scary. If I was a man, I'm not even a man, but even not as being a man, I can look at this and I would be scared to be in a relationship with this woman because it seems very unstable. Like at any point in time, she's unhappy. She's on the boat out of the relationship. That's what it seems like, because of her lack of communication skills, and and how she's handling it online. So I'm glad that Brenda brought that out, because that was something I meant to mention. But I will say this: it doesn't necessarily mean that she doesn't love him. And I will say no one, and I don't think no one will say push divorce for these two. Like Miss Brenda said, she's been married for 7 years. She don't even look 27. So that means she probably got married at maybe 18. I will say this, because I know you're from the north, I'm from the south. I know several women, including my mom, who got married to her first love straight out of high school. So they were both young. My grandparents been married since they were 15 and 16. I got married at 20, but I started dating my son's father at 19, and he literally was my first. And I have heard of women who are with their high school sweethearts, so he was the first to take it, and they still feel this. I just want to say this real quick. I promise I'll bring it to a close. When women, there is a thing that women go through, and that was the word, burnout. There is a burnout that women can reach, and it doesn't matter if he is the only man she's ever been with. There's a burnout because no one talks about all the responsibilities of being a wife or a husband, and you can reach a point of burnout, constantly feeling like you're giving. And so I'm not going to say that she knew she wanted to leave him, or she didn't love him. I'm not going to say that, but what she does need to find a better way to express her feelings than what she's doing. I agree with Miss Brenda. She should talk to her husband. But she's young, and there's a lack of immaturity, and there's a learning that happens as we get older, that she obviously needs to experience. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, quick break. We're gonna give it less than 30 seconds. Let me shout out to Lise with the $10 super chat. Appreciate you. She said, great topic.
Donations. Gifts. More gifts.
I know that's right. Money.
Yeah, I'll be using that super chat video for probably next week or so, because it's funny as hell. More gifts. Shout out to Lise. In honor of the soon to be auctioned off FDMG Academy. But nah, man. Like I said, I know what I put in Anton's, because here's what I didn't like, and Sheep, you can add to this. I don't like the advice that a lot of these motherfuckers are giving dudes, saying, oh man, well, she needs to leave him so that way he can just go to another chick. This is a symptom of larger problems, not just on her end, but his too. Because I'm like, I don't see how the hell you can just come here, be happy, keep doing shit, and your woman is totally miserable. I'd say the same thing for women that do that shit too. Because I've seen it. I've been in relationships like that where, look, I don't like this shit, but she's like, whatever. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm happy. Everything's good. As long as everything looks good on the outside, shit just must be good. I'm like, nah, shit's not good.
I want to make sure. I would
wait, Mahogany, wait a second. Because I've seen this. I've seen dudes take the damn ice trays out of the freezer, and just leave while she's working, or while he's at work one day or whatever. I broke down a video of a white Caucasian couple, a woman. She's like, yo, he just left me. I don't know. He just left me. Said he wanted a divorce and everything else, and he left one day, or I think he waited for her to go to work. She came home. All his shit was gone. She's like, I can't believe he left me. He usually doesn't do this. We argue all the time and we just get over it. And this time he just left me. I don't get it. I don't understand. And it's like, yo, you don't understand. Like, this dude has been trying to tell you he is unhappy like a motherfucker. You just don't really give a shit. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times that's going on the other end too. And that's what it looks like right here on old boy. You know what I'm saying? She got to go. She feel like she has to go to the car and talk to the damn smartphone, likely because she doesn't feel like she can talk to this dude. because he ain't listening. He ain't paying attention, all of that shit. So you got to do more than just pay bills. Like, pay attention to your woman, listen to her. You should be asking her, baby, is everything okay? What's wrong or whatever? But if you don't see anything wrong, that's another issue right there. It's not just on her. That shit is the boy too.
I just want to add this last little thing before she responds, because I do want to hear his response. I'm glad you mentioned that too, but I will say this: in all fairness, we can't blame the spouse. We can't blame him because, like, well, okay, but he might just be the type of person that does not read. Like, people don't read minds, and some people are just not emotionally, they're not able to see. I'm the type of person I can pick up on if somebody is not feeling good, if they're feeling upset. I'm that type of person. I'm going to come to you and be like, are you okay? Is everything all right? Everybody is not like that. Some people do not know they don't know how to read people. But go ahead.
I just say it's not always just because he doesn't know how to read. That's the only person who you should be reading, paying attention to, and all of that. The only other person on earth, that's your wife. That's your significant other. You don't need to be able to read everybody else in the world, but somebody that you're going to sleep next to, waking up next to, you know what I'm saying, till death do us part, better for worse, sickness, health, richer for poorer. Like, you've taken vows to this one person. So if they're feeling like this, you should have some hint of it, or else your head is in the wrong places, or it's just not in the right places. That's what I'm saying. Like, dudes got to take accountability for that. So when they say, yo, just get a new woman, I'm like, nah, bro, you're just going to likely get the same issue with another woman. You ain't going to pay attention to her neither. It's just the next woman probably won't go to her car. She'll probably just start arguments with your ass, may even Sha'Carri Richardson your ass, and butt you upside your head with some shit because she's pissed off. You never know. Different people will handle shit differently. So I think that's just a symptom of a larger problem. And I think people need to start taking accountability for being a poor judge of character, and also, not even being able to judge their own character, because there's more to being a husband than just paying the bills and smiling.
No, I agree. And one thing I do agree, well, part of what you're saying is as a man, you have to, you got to always, as problem solvers, you always have to be able to analyze what's going on. So at some point, what Ann is saying is when did he get a glimpse of her being this way? Like, did he see any inkling of her having this type of meltdown? Or maybe she may have had it before in front of him and he didn't do nothing about it. What Ann is saying is something happened for her to get to this point, to be in a car ranting in front of a bunch of people about her husband. It's something that he was neglecting. And I can agree with that to a certain extent. But here's my issue. If you're my wife, if I am neglecting it, you don't go to the public because you're my wife. I don't care what I'm doing wrong. I'm your husband. Because if the shoe was on the other foot and I feel neglected by my wife, I'm not going to come to the public, because that embarrasses my wife. That puts my wife on the chopping block. This is what she's doing to her husband. This is what women have to they have to stay cognizant about. You cannot fly off the handle because you mad and embarrass your husband. Because at the end of the day, it's death do us part. And guess what? If I represent you, you represent me. So if you come in the public trashing me, making it seem like I'm doing something to you that you can't deal with, so you got to come and tell the world, then what you're actually showing me is you're not ready to deal with till death do us part. You're not ready to deal with through sickness and health. You're not ready to deal with through right and wrong. Because whenever I'm wrong about something, you're going to run and tell the world. That's a weakness. And I just did a little mini series about what happened to strong women. Women nowadays are very weak. And then you want to run and cry about every little thing, but then you want me to be there when your tears are dry. See, after you done embarrassed me and called me out and told everybody our business, then you want me to be there for you. Then you want to come back and hug me. Then you want to come back and get all of this man shit that you see in me. After you embarrass me, after you tell the world, oh, my husband just don't understand. After you do all of that, you think you're going to come back to me and get the same version of me? This is what women don't understand. They be violating and crossing certain lines, and then you want a man to still stand in his same position and see you as the same. No, he's going to treat you different because he look at you different, because you did some shit he thought you wouldn't do. And these women think that it's okay. Oh, well, she's just immature. What does that mean? What that mean? So you get away with it because you immature? We call immature men aggressive. So that gives him an excuse to punch you in your face because he's immature? No. So it doesn't give a woman carte blanche to get on the internet and embarrass her husband. And guess what else you doing? In return, you embarrassing yourself because you showing the world that you with a man you really don't want to be with. So in return, you ain't getting nothing done. You're not getting anything done. And my thing is, ladies, if you ain't sure if you ready to be a wife, right? Stop talking and gaslighting men about relationships and marriage. Because truth be told, it's a lot of men out here that want to be married. But it's a lot of women out here, that just want to fuck now and want to act like they want to be married. See, because again, this goes back to my example earlier with the whole church thing being brought up. A lot of girls started having sex before they were married. They got addicted to the feeling of getting dick. And then to cover up, because they're embarrassed, to cover it up, they go get married. And then the parents will okay the marriage to take the embarrassment off of them as the parents in the church. So yes, go and marry that nigga so we don't get embarrassed in church. So don't nobody talk about our family, because that's what happens. But what needs to happen is it needs to go like this. Okay, yeah, my daughter started having sex before she married. So what? She got to deal with that with God. We still gonna come to church, and no matter what y'all say about our family, we still gonna come here and serve God. But that's not what a lot of people do. A lot of people make their child go get married to cover it up, because that's what it is. It's a big cover up. And then it comes out years later in the marriage with, I'm unhappy. I don't know myself. I lost. You never knew yourself. You only knew dick. You didn't even know the man.
One second before you do Mahogany, I got Big Brenda back up here. She's got a little echo. No, she's got a little echo. When she
got an echo?
No, just when we talk, not when you. No, just when we talk. Not, so just mute up when you're not talking and you good. Go ahead, Brenda.
I want to ask. Oh, it's her turn. Go ahead. I just wanted to ask them a question. And the question was, so what about the families? Like I gave a few examples of women I know, like my sister. First, her boyfriend became her husband. They were high school sweethearts. So what about all those examples of people who just literally got married young, and that happens, and the woman that hasn't necessarily been ran all through town and desperate to get married. It's literally just that they are inexperienced. Both people are inexperienced. What about those people?
Well, that's actually what I came on to talk about, right? So I do have experience in that area. I grew up in church. I was a little church girl, okay? And I was in, I think before I was 30, I might have been in 5 weddings, which is not normal. I don't think that's normal, but you know, and these were all my peers, right? So I grew up in church, and all of my friends, none of them were pregnant. It was the right thing to do. Church pushes that, right? It pushes that agenda. You need to get married, start procreating, start having families. Did my friends know what they were doing? No. And Mahogany, like, they had no idea what being a wife was. They had to go through growing pains together. And apparently there was a level of communication because a lot of them are still married. Not all of them, okay? And I knew the ones that weren't going to make it, but anyway. But what I'm saying is, I feel like, saying that a woman could take penis and then that means she can. I don't see the correlation. I don't understand that point that's being made because I mean, for that matter, all whores could be wives, right? Because I mean, it's a prerequisite
Like
that you're able to take penis.
You're reading too far into it, but go ahead.
Where's DS1? I don't see him.
Yeah, I don't see him either.
Fixing some stuff. Hold up.
Oh,
There
okay.
we go.
Okay.
There.
Oh, okay. But I feel like when I was 21, you couldn't tell me that I wasn't ready for marriage. You couldn't tell me that at 22. I was ready. My other peers were getting married, and baby, getting into relationships, I knew I was nowhere near ready for marriage. I had no idea what I was doing. And as my friends would talk to me about their marriages and their relationships, they had no idea what they were doing. You only know when you know. When you get into it, the same way if you've never been a parent before and you have a child, you go through growing pains, right? You don't know how to be a parent. When your kids turn a teenager, you're learning how to be a teen parent or a prepubescent parent, like to these kids. You don't know any of this until you know. Now the thing is, I'm not saying that this woman is right. She's absolutely wrong for what she did, right? Both of these people are going to have to take accountability, right, for what's happening in this relationship. And what I think I said this to you before, Ian, is that this relationship will end. If you're asking me, based on what's happening now, because if she's unhappy because she feels like there is a void, until she figures out what that is, she will ruin this marriage trying to figure out what's wrong with her. And now that she's brought this to the internet, this could have been handled a whole different way. Now it's like, how do you back up from this? Like, how do you back up from the shame? Or if this man is strong enough to be like, okay, if the issue was that big that she brought it to the internet, let's work this out. Who knows? Because he might feel jilted as a man to feel like she could really have desecrated this man's masculinity. Do you see what I'm saying? She really could have hurt this man. He might feel like he's not enough. What did I do? And he has his part to play, right? And like you said, he needed to be checking in with her because he probably saw that she wasn't happy. But this is damaging on both sides in a relationship. Things were missed here. Somebody dropped the ball and didn't check in, which is why I strongly believe in monthly checkups with your mate. Y'all need to sit down at a dinner table or with some wine and check in with your person to see, like, is there anything that I'm missing? Am I loving you the way that you need to be loved? Like, is there something like that I'm doing? Like, you need to check in with your person. You can't continue to like keep running through week after week and not checking in with the other person. But that's my skill. That's what I want to come up and say.
Yeah, nah. I mean, look, I'm gonna keep saying that. I know Sheep wants to respond. I'm not gonna sit here. That's why I don't like playing the blame game. Oh, it's his fault. Oh, it's her fault. Or it's his fault. Or it's her fault. Just like I would tell these chicks, look, you a grown ass adult. You got to take some damn accountability for the situation you in, and so do you niggas. That's it. If you sitting here next to an unhappy ass chick, you gonna have to take some accountability for that shit. If anything, the fact that where's your tolerance thresholds? Because I refuse to sit here next to an unhappy chick all damn day for the rest of my damn life till death do us.
That's facts.
Whatever. I'd be like, yo, if you that unhappy, get on the other side of the door. It's all good. We can split. It's all good. You know what I'm saying? It's all good. I'll help you pack your shit. You know what I mean? But I'm not gonna do that. So, well, I'm paying the bills. You should just be happy. Nah, just like I wouldn't want no chick telling me that shit. I'm not gonna tell a chick that. No.
Yeah, that's real. That's real. And let me just clarify what I'm saying. In church, you're taught to get married before having sex, correct? So if you're taught to get married before having sex, most people who had sex before getting married learned how to have sex before getting married. So you learn how to have sex before being a wife. So now when you do that, you can't come back as a wife now If a man makes you a wife, now you can't come back and use the excuse of, oh, well, I didn't know and I wasn't taught. You didn't want to know. You wanted to learn your way around a dick before the house. Before being a wife. You wanted to learn what it was to be sexual before a wife. So now when you become a wife, you can't have the excuses of, oh, I didn't know this and I didn't know that. Well, guess what? That's why they tell you to learn while your legs are closed. Because once you open your legs, a lot of shit you ain't gonna want to hear because you're grown now. Now you think you're grown. Now you think you ain't gotta listen. And this happens with women. This happens. Oh, I don't want to hear that. And then you start, see, once you done opened your legs up, now you start looking at other women and their relationships and you judging them. See, you don't do that as a virgin. You don't do that as a virgin woman. See, as a virgin, you don't know nothing about that world. So you're able to look at things correctly.
That's not true. Oh God, that's not true.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Well,
I don't understand the correlation at all.
Can I please talk to Sheep? Can you please? I really want to just talk to Sheep for 2 seconds. And
I got it.
yeah, because okay, so I'm like I said, I know plenty of people. I grew up in the church too, much like Miss Brenda. Grew up literally Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. My grandmother and my mom kept us in there. But I am not saying I'm perfect. I'm absolutely far from it. But I actually did keep my virginity. But I got married extremely young. Like I said, I started seeing him at 19 and we got married at 20. The church, for me, my family didn't push it. They actually thought I was way too young, but I was insistent that I was in love. Why? Because I was young and didn't know any better. I hadn't lived life. But I've known situations with both people who grew up together in high school and they decide to get married. So they're each other's first. And it's not for those people. I'm just saying that, Sheep, I know you think that women, that we might know it all and should have had all this training, but life is funny, honey. And life has a way of, no matter how old you are, like Brenda said, you continue to learn day to day to day.
But I've been hearing these excuses from women since I was a little boy. But a man can never give an excuse for why he's immature. A man can never give an excuse on why he could never figure it out.
No, I don't agree with that. I agree.
Hold on.
Okay.
Let me
Okay.
Because see, this is the problem in relationships. This is the foundation of a lot of problems. The foundation is faulty. The foundation is this. If we're both adults, right? Or if we're both doing adult-like activity, there's supposed to be a level of maturity there. If it's not, then that's some behavior you shouldn't be delving in. So whatever consequences come with that, you have to deal with it. And it's not I was immature. No, deal with what come with that. Deal with what come with it. Because you're doing grown shit when you're not supposed to be, right? So you supposed to deal with the consequences that come with it. Now, the people who got married young and they're still together is because they actually understand and they've learned how to deal with each other. See, today we have women who want to make excuses on why it's so hard to deal with another person. Oh, I received burnout. Men receive burnout every goddamn day. So does that, so I'm supposed to check out as a husband because I'm burnt out? Oh, I'm burnt out. I need time to myself. Yeah, that's why we got man caves. Y'all want to leave the house when y'all get burnt out. Y'all want to go somewhere else and create some other shit. This is the problem. Just say y'all wasn't prepared for marriage at all.
So statistically, I'm not now sheep. Now statistically, women across the board aren't the ones aren't checking out. They're left with the kids in most situations. So like, let's not do that. Now, if we're talking about checking out.
Let's talk about that part. Are y'all left with the kids or do y'all want to keep the kids? Which one?
Are you being for real right now?
I'm being dead ass serious.
So are you saying men?
I'm dead
So
ass
in
serious.
any single parent households,
Most
Mhm.
men want to
Mhm.
be there with their kids. Most women, when they don't want the nigga no more, they don't want them around their fucking kids unless it's on their terms. So what do you mean by why you sitting here acting like, oh, the women are just the kids are just thrown on the women? That's a lie. That's a lie, and you know that.
Yeah, no, I don't know that, but I mean,
Well,
I'll agree to listen to your opinion.
and this is the problem. This is the problem with when we have these type of conversations. We just don't want to be brutally honest.
No,
When
I
we're
No,
adults,
and you can't
we're not
direct.
judging each
You
other.
you you don't you don't you don't you don't get to direct my how I feel
No.
about a situation, right? If that's your feelings on it, I respect your feelings on it, right? And I agree with the person in the chat. These women should start giving the kids to the men since the men want the children.
what I
Because I don't
want.
see that happening. But I don't
No,
see that
Oh,
happening in society, Mahogany. That's not a thing,
you're
wait a
right.
right?
second.
Can I just
Hold up.
intervene just a little
I've been there, and I've had fathers even on these very panels that had no problem taking their kids, and then
Yeah,
as
they
soon as they
should.
do, no, life becomes even more. It's never that simple as they just take the kids and whatever she either pays child support, doesn't, or whatever. Look, I got them. It's always some more shit. It's always some more shit. Now all of a sudden she's
Right.
got an issue. She don't have that type of influence in the household. She can't knots and all of that other shit. When you, as soon as it's time to discipline, make sure that those kids actually have that structure, that order, all of that stuff that men are supposed to put in there. Now all of a sudden you want to come back and be mommy. It's like, nah, you don't stay here and you don't run shit in this damn household. You ain't even the woman of the house. Like you got to accept that shit, but it's never that easy. You know what I'm saying? It's rarely that easy. And I can speak for, hey, I did the single father thing, like, hey, not just a
Right.
single man, that's a father, but a single father with custody. And yeah, it's not that simple more often than not.
Can I say? Well, maybe we should move on. I was just
It
gonna say,
sounds good,
No, but I
right?
do have a question to bring it
Yeah,
back
it
home.
sounds real good, but nah, a lot of these
Right.
chicks ain't supposed to just cut that cord.
Right. But so here's a question, right? And let's bring it back home. You can't do anything with this woman who feels this way. You can't force this woman to want to stay in this relationship. If she feels this way, she will ruin it. And I had this conversation already about this, right? Now, am I saying that this is a bad situation that she put herself and this man into? Absolutely. But you can't fix this. What I said, and I said this to a friend, right? She's going to go out into the world, right? Maybe she'll find out some things she'll like. Maybe she'll find out some things about herself that she didn't know, right? And what she's also going to find out, and I stand on this, is that there's nothing out there, ma'am. It smells like misdemeanors and Hennessy late night and Skid Row. That's what is out there. Nothing is out there for you if she has a good man. But you can't make this woman understand this. Do you get what I'm saying? Like she has to figure this out on her own. And she might have to figure it out the hard way, but you can't make a person like this understand that she's not missing anything.
No, I totally get it. No,
Yeah.
I totally get it, and I see this problem with a lot of women nowadays more times than none. But I still hear these same type of women, right, that'll be crying in their car, making excuses. They'll then make another video saying that they want to be married and why men don't want to marry me. See, that's the problem.
Yep. Yeah,
That's the
I
problem.
agree. I agree with that.
That is the problem. That is the problem. As women ain't checking. Like, if you are not secure within yourself, stop looking for a man. Stop looking for a man that you can come and drop all your burdens off on. Because see, this is what this is. See, all this, I'm bored, I'm this, I'm that. That's all insecurity. And you looking at things and thinking you deserve things that you haven't acquired on your own. Things that you were supposed to go and do that you wanted to do before you got married. So it's nobody's fault but your own. But then it's put off into the world that marriage ain't good. And why you need to wait? No, you needed to wait. Because you wanted to be in the world. Because you wanted to shake your ass. Because you wanted to be on the beaches half naked. That's what you wanted to do. And
I sure did, and I absolutely did it in my 20s, and I'm glad I did.
I'm just saying, right? Because now you have a better sense of yourself, which is correct. A woman should not be trying to get no husband or be with no man long term unless she have a strong sense of self. But how to alleviate all of those feelings of confusion is stop laying up with a dude. Because sometimes, and women notice, you could lay up with a man and this man might really like you. It ain't always that he lying to you. That nigga probably really want to make you his wife. But you know you ain't really ready. And you won't tell him that. This is what happened with her. This is why she been suffering for 7 years in silence.
That was the comment that I left on Anton's, because he was just like, look, he should just find another chick. I'm like, nah, he'll just find another chick that he ain't paying attention to, that he think he can just pay some bills and smile and give her gifts and shit like that. And more than likely, he ain't gonna find some woman that's just gonna go vent in the car and smoke a spliff, bro. She's just gonna make his life miserable because her life is miserable.
And
more than
if anything, I'll say this: if he does, because I feel like both of them are going to have some takeaways for their life. This will be a defining moment for both of them, right? Whereas I hope, if anything, he takes an internal look and see where he may have fucked up in this situation, like where he didn't check in enough.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Now, some people just pay attention to the other person. I used to date a woman that was like that. This woman never shut the fuck up. Like, I'm just being real. She never knew when to be quiet at all. She told me she got a divorce, and she's like, yo, my man just left me one day. She was like, he was a good dude. He paid for everything. Everything was good. You know, they had this nice house, and she said one day, hey, he just ice trays out the freezer, everything gone. He just left her. She ended up having to file for bankruptcy, all of that shit. She's like, I don't know. I asked her, I was like, so you have no clue why? She's like, nah. And then she just proceeded to talk for another half an hour straight without taking a fucking breath. And I'm like,
so you know why he left her, right?
Yeah. I'm like, he probably tried to tell you a bunch of times and you don't listen. You just talk.
She talked him to death. Got him right up out of there.
Even if he did tell you, you know what I'm saying? Because I would have conversations with her. Of course, it didn't last long, but I would have conversations with her. And she just like, whatever the hell you saying, fuck that. That's not it. It's what I say, and that's all it is. So he didn't feel like talking to you. He just planned his breakout, his exit, and got the hell up out of there. Just like if you guys remember a couple months ago, I broke it down with the Caucasian woman. She's like, he just left me. He had to cut the damn cameras off. He had to do all of this. He had to make up some elaborate story. And we were seeing all types of stories about how dudes kind of had to escape from these women. One was saying in the comments, yeah, this dude just left me while we were on vacation. You know what I'm saying? I left early, or he left early or some shit, and I never saw him again. Something like that. Another one said he went to he took me out to the movies one night and had his homies just get everything out the house while we were at the movies. He had bought a whole nother crib somewhere else. Like, dudes be having to plan their damn exit strategy because
do you know how bad you
women
have
don't
to want to
listen.
get
Now,
it? You know how bad you want to get it, wait for somebody to do that? That's horrible.
Yeah.
So that's
I know that's just like that. That little window in the shower, like climb out of that bitch. Like, yo, I'm just gonna go into the bathroom. I'm at it. You know what I'm saying? Out of here. That's the only out the front door without a fight. You understand?
That's the proof that the narrative that's put out on the internet and controlled by women, that women are just suffering in silence, is a lie. It's a lot of us men doing it too.
That's why I said this is not gender specific, man. It's not.
It's definitely not gender specific, Chief. It's not. Like we're down the middle. I can see the wrong in women
Oh,
and men.
I'm not
Yeah.
see what I'm saying. I'm not directing at nobody on a panel. That's why I said
No, I know.
earlier, let's not personalize it because we're talking and we're speaking about our experiences. So
Right.
specifically, there's a narrative that is put online about men by women that we're suffering in silence. Nobody hears us. We're just suffering. We're going through so much. We're being broken down. But these same women who create these narratives, we find out that they men had to climb out the goddamn attic window to leave them. And that's not being talked about. How these women are driving men crazy.
Or come up with some damn Italian job type heist
Right.
plan.
Right.
Get the fuck out of there, bro. Like this is real shit.
This is real shit. And let's add some reference to that, Ant. Remember the girl, what's her, Carly Russell? Remember, she, to get the attention of her man, she faked her getting kidnapped.
Yeah.
Who remembers that?
Yeah.
So
we all remember that.
Oh my God.
we talking
That
about-
brings back bad memories. Go
So
ahead.
we talking about females, right? Who have a problem. And these women in society are running around creating destructive narratives for other women, which is keeping other women away from husbands and running them out of relationships because they're listening to this stupidity. So it's making women like her who will sit around and think that she ain't supposed to go through shit because she married. You're supposed to go through shit. You're gonna go through times where you're unsure. That don't mean you pick up and complain and whine and be ready to go. Because that ain't what your grandmama did. And your grandmama suffered a whole lot more. All you doing is complaining because you dealing with some unsurety. But your grandfather had a whole nother family up the goddamn street. And your grandmama went to church with that other woman.
But that's not a good example. Yeah, I don't
Yes,
promote
it is.
that.
Yes, it is.
That's
Yes, it is.
toxicity.
You know
Yeah,
why?
we don't.
You know why?
I don't.
You know
I don't
why?
stand by that.
You know why
I
that's a
don't.
good example?
Yeah.
You know why that's a good example? Because women nowadays are too goddamn weak and they complain too much, but you want a sturdy man.
Yeah. Well, I don't believe. Well,
30
well,
man,
well.
bro,
Our grandmothers stayed in that because they had to.
And whine
Yeah.
and be ready to run out of every fucking thing.
Well,
But
our
you want a man
grandmothers should have
stand
ran out of that
Every
if they
time you
could.
complain and whine and be ready to go, and I'm
Yeah.
not sure, and I'm tired of it.
Man,
No,
we
that's
kill
you lost me. You lost me when you used that example. Anything else, but those two things, yeah, that does it.
Of course, because a lot of you women nowadays didn't learn from your grandmamas.
I don't
Now,
want to
Sheik, let me
learn
get
that.
this-
I don't want to take that toxicity from my lineage.
Now let me get this one real quick. It's
No,
not that bad example, right? And I'm gonna tell you that why. Because believe it or not, those are the marriages that we know of that actually lasted.
Bingo.
Are the ones where grandpa had a whole nother wait a second. That grandpa had a whole nother family around the corner. Grandma also, we got cousins and uncles and shit that don't look shit like the other kids. Hey, totally different grade of hair, skin tone, don't look shit like grandpa. You understand what I'm saying? Like, people was stepping out. You know what I'm saying? Grandpa used to go to the bar, bowling night. Motherfucker wasn't really bowling. He was over there with his other chick. Motherfucker was at the bar. Other chick. That was, I'm just saying, and those were the marriages that lasted 50, 60. The actual
Can I speak though to that? Can I get a minute? Okay, yeah. There are examples that I want to use, but I don't want to go into our toxic generational curses being passed down and telling the younger generation that that's what we should use as examples, because my great grandmother didn't work, Anthony, and she brought in no income. And so the only sole breadwinners in my house that I watched were the men. And so grandmother couldn't pick up and leave those very, very toxic situations where she knew that my great grandfather was stepping out on her and using her like a rag doll. So she had to be quiet and ingest that and take the fact that she had to look across the church pew at other children that looked like her children, but by her husband. No, no, ma'am, sir. We're not going to do that. That's where I kind of draw the line. Like, what do we learn from that? What are we teaching our younger generation to learn from that? To take toxic abuse inside the home? Do you think our great grandmothers didn't cry and were in pain from seeing that? There's nothing they could do in those situations. What's to learn?
Check this out.
Good communication.
Check this out. I'm saying it was right, but an example is an example, whether it's right or it's wrong. If we don't understand history and know history, we doomed or destined to repeat it.
So I want to respond. I think
we don't just pretend like it didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? We're aware of it and we understand it.
The way she used her words was perfect. She said, you know, there's nothing wrong with using examples of our grandparents if it's a positive one, but
if it's positive.
Exactly.
So
we don't
toxic examples passing down. No, thank you.
Yeah.
So we're gonna. I'm not saying pass it down that you guys do it too. If you want it to last, just understand, like we can't make the same mistakes that our grandparents did, because this is something that a lot of us, men, women, we be hearing this shit from each other and all on the internet and stuff all the time. We want a woman like our grandmother. Oh, I want a man like my grandfather and all of that. Yeah.
There you go.
Knowing your grandfather, your grandfather was a town whore. He was community penis
And
around these streets.
Who
gives a shit? Who gives a shit?
Why women love.
Yeah, we're not passing that down.
3 baby daddies.
Shit, get out of here.
Your granddaddy was a baby daddy ass nigga. He had 19 kids.
Well, I'm never passing that down to any of my lineage.
It's not about
create something new. Like, I don't understand why you guys continue to use that as examples for people staying together. What was the bond? What was the bond that held that together?
What people like to do is people like to excuse history, right? They like to excuse history and what happened, right? Like you said, and people want to ignore that and then wonder why they repeat it.
Boom. There you go. That's all I'm
making it right or wrong. We're not saying that that's right.
I'm just saying
we're not saying that was right because
but what's the example?
I was raised with an example. Where
it's a visual. It's a visual because it's definitely not an example.
I was raised by a woman. My father's mother, right, was a woman who was honest. And guess what she told me when I was a teenage boy? She told me to beware of women and to beware of women like her because she wasn't always good to my grandfather and they were married. She told me that she stepped out a lot too. So again, and this ain't about pointing no finger, it's about life. And they stayed married and my grandmama never remarried. And my grandfather been dead since 1995. She never
had enough. If I was her, I wouldn't remarry either. God bless that lady. Stay single.
Again. But guess what she admitted that she stepped out. She admitted that she accepted my grandfather stepping out.
I'm saying it was a lot of that going around both ways.
A lot of it. That's how they lived. But that's not an example.
That's how they lived. Right.
Yeah, but what's the example? What's the example? How do you pass that? Do you teach that? Do you teach that to your children?
See what you're doing is you personalizing this stuff. Stop personalizing it.
It's your family. Are you not talking about your family's lineage?
No, I'm talking about you. You're personalizing the example that I'm using. I'm not personalizing it at all. Because I don't operate that way.
No, my goodness.
So I'm not doing it. I'm hearing you personalizing it because you think it's a bad example.
It is a bad example.
We're all adults. So if somebody says something you don't like, you just get an attitude all the time. Come on now.
I'm talking. Do I have an attitude? I'm telling you, I don't agree. I'm asking you, What is the lesson that you're passing down?
You know what? I got a good lesson. I got a good lesson real quick. We're gonna get into another video, right? This is one that I broke down not too long ago. I'm gonna show y'all this right here. Now they gonna say that this is just black folks. No, this shit go on everywhere. This is not race specific. This ain't gender specific. Check this out.
Who literally lost everything in a matter of a day. And I even asked him on the phone, I said, "Are you leaving me?" And he was like, "No, everything's fine." So I go to my boss and I'm like, "Hey, something's not right. Like, I need to go check my house." And she's like, "Yeah, go." Like, she's super understanding. So I go home. I come home and nothing seemed unordinary on the first 2 floors. We live in a townhouse, so nothing was really gone that I could see. I go to our room and all of our pillows are taken off the bed except mine. And I'm like, okay. Go to the closet. All of his shit's gone. His clothes, his safe, his shoes, the whole thing. He's gone. He done left.
Apparently, her husband wasn't happy, but she didn't know it. So one day she got home and his entire closet was empty. That was the day she realized that she should have paid attention to what was going on in her household.
Fucking freedom, leave him alone. Stop playing stupid when your man wants to divorce and I don't know why I'm the victim. It must be another woman. Bitch, you ain't fooling nobody. I'm a chick too. I've been scrolling fucking TikTok last night.
All right, I'm gonna fast forward this one so y'all can hear the rest of her story. Y'all let me know. I know the chat just said it was an echo. We got a couple of super chats. I'm gonna get to reading those in a minute too. But y'all want to chime in on that part right there?
No, I was just reading L. Nixon's comment. Yeah, they suffered in silence. Okay, just yeah. Anyway.
I mean, it was a lot of that, and no, I agree with you. But like, all right, so it's not that we use it as an example. It's just information. Like that's what it is. Like it's information, so that way we not doing the repeat history. Like you want the long lasting, till death do us part marriage, but you don't want all of the toxicity and shit.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
So in this case, we want to chew on the meat and spit out the bone. So that's why communication is important. Our grandparents still made mistakes. You know what I'm saying? They still made mistakes. Grandparents, our great grandparents still made mistakes. But they also did a lot of decent shit too. They worked through a lot of shit. Just like Sheep said, he was like, yo, he stepped out, she stepped out too. You know what I'm saying? They knew what the fuck was going on. If everybody else knew, they knew what the hell each other was doing too. For whatever reason, you know what I'm saying? I guess they loved each other enough or they were dedicated enough to whatever the hell the mission was, which was the, keeping the family together. Right. Whatever it was, they were dedicated enough to get over that bullshit.
Right. It's hard to set a foundation based on those principles. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, that's hard. Like, how do you look at that and like try to teach that to another generation?
That's
like
not
when you look at that,
Brenda. You getting it wrong. That's not the principles that's being taught. The principles that are being taught is through death do us part. It's through for better or worse. That's what's being taught. The behavior isn't being taught. What's being taught is that, look, we fucked up. Look, we didn't do it right, but we still together. And we're still together to show y'all that in life, you may get with a person and they may do things you don't like and you may do things they don't like. But guess what? For the betterment of this family and for the legacy of our family, because family sticks together no matter what.
I don't agree with that. I'm sorry.
Right? Again, you don't agree with that. So you're personalizing this.
I'm telling you, I don't think that's a healthy dynamic to teach to anybody.
So this is why there are not a lot of families. You don't get it?
Okay.
You don't get it.
If you think that's a healthy dynamic to teach the people, to let people constantly suffer in silence, I don't agree with that. I'm sorry.
Again, you're okay. Let me ask you this then. If you found out your grandmama cheated on your grandfather, would you agree that he should divorce your grandmother and leave the family?
I'm not saying that.
I'm asking the question.
you saying that I'm personalizing stuff, but
I just asked you a question, Brenda. Can you answer the question?
you came up on this panel a little aggressive. You sound like you're personalizing a
What's
lot
going
of
on,
this
Ant?
stuff
You see what's
now.
going on, Ant? Hey, Ant, you see what's going on right now, bro?
I'm about to read the super chats. I'm gonna get back into the video. I don't want to cut Brenda off. It do be an echo though if you're not talking and you got muted, Brenda. I'm sorry.
Huh?
No,
It's
it's just a
okay.
little echo. Me or she speaks, it kind of comes.
I might have them.
Oh, yeah, but
Hmm?
nah, let me just get a little super chat break for the donation.
Donations. 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 Gifts. 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 More gifts. More gifts.
Shout out to L. Dixon. He said, hey, they told y'all half the story. If you asked about family secrets, you'll find grandma had side guys as well. They went through the same stuff. They just moved by duty and tradition and suffered in silence.
I
And
agree
shout
with that. I
yeah,
absolutely agree with that. That's the comment that I was telling you that I read that I did agree with. But so like if I'm to define this, right? I can't say that if my husband cheated on me once I would leave him. It just depends on the situations, right?
It wasn't my
But
question.
if we're looking in situations, right, where we're constantly overlooking toxicity. I mean, it was even a lot of domestic violence, right?
Toxic on one side or both sides?
Both. I don't know. I
Can
don't
you
know
answer
the
my question?
situations.
So can you answer my question?
What was the question, honey?
My question was, if your grandfather found out about your side, about your grandmother's side nigga, and decided to leave the family, knowing she ain't had no money, knowing she ain't had whatever she ain't have, and just decided to pick up, leave, and say, fuck this family. How would you feel about that?
Why would he leave? Why would he not take care of his family if he wants to leave her? If he wanted to leave her,
You hear this, bro?
what does that have to do with the
that-
family?
Either shout out to Lee.
But I don't know. I don't even know what does that have to do. Lord. Child.
Wow.
Shout out to Lee's. Hey. Man, shout out to Lee's, you know what I'm saying, with the $50 ball. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate it. He is our show sponsor today, along with TMKC. Says donations. Please support your boy. Like, share the stream, send a super chat. Appreciate you.
Donations. 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 Gifts. 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 More gifts. More gifts.
What's the next topic?
Let me finish reading the super chats because L. Nixon had a couple I didn't get to read. He said there's nothing new under the sun. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to L. Nixon with that one. And he also said, y'all think Miss Sophia was just a character, huh? You know what I'm saying? Because yeah, Miss Sophia had the fear of God in that motherfucker Harpo, man. He was scared to death of her ass. And shout out to Black Pearl. Appreciate you, Black Pearl. Appreciate you. Yeah, we're gonna do that one right there. We got a lot of other shit going on. But appreciate you, Black Pearl. Thank you so much for the support. No, this one right here, because this is a video I know a lot of people didn't get to tune in for it when we did it. I think I did this shit on like a morning rant or something like that. But we're gonna hear this story right here. and even like listen to some of these stories, because the comment thread was sick. The comment thread was sick when it came to a lot of this. So feel free to comment on this stuff, right? This is what dudes are saying. So I get it. A lot of women claim that they're suffering and they're just dealing with shit and all types of other stuff. But it's a lot of people suffering in marriages. You know what I'm saying? Maybe to keep up with an image, a facade, or whatever. But it's a lot of people suffering. And they don't know what the hell is going on. So check out this story, right? This chick is going to spit it out from start to finish.
Time on how I became a single mom literally overnight. And not just a single mom, a mom who literally lost everything in a matter of a day. So me and my now ex have been together for 3 years. We have a baby together. We have a dog together. We have a house together. The whole life. As one would say, the American dream. Or that's what I thought. So the week of Thanksgiving, I come home from work and we lived our normal life that we always did. We cooked dinner. We talked about our day. We took care of our child. And then we got into an argument and it started into this huge fight. And he looked at me in the eyes and told me he wasn't in love with me anymore. So the next day he goes to work and he comes home and he tells me that he's going out of town, that he's going to his dad's house to think about things because he had a lot to think about and he wasn't sure if we should get back together or not. So he goes to his dad's for 5 days, which included Thanksgiving. So me and my daughter spent Thanksgiving alone.
Now keep in mind, you know what I'm saying? You hear that? You know what I'm saying? Like they got into an argument before Thanksgiving. She said that, you know, we usually get into arguments and all of that stuff. This time he decided to go to his pop's house for 5 days. And then he came back, you know?
And he comes home and acts like everything is completely fine.
This is a man who tried to do his best to let the past behind and move forward. But she didn't see it that way. She thought he was avoiding the conversation, not realizing that he was just protecting their relationship. That was the strategy he used to prevent further arguments.
And backstory, if you know this man, you know that if I would have talked to you about this man 2 years ago, you would have never thought anything bad about this man. He literally would worship the ground I walked on and not so much anymore. And then while I'm at work, I get this like really weird feeling in my stomach. Like my gut was telling me something's not okay. He hadn't texted me, and normally he would text me telling me like, good him on the phone. I said, "Are you leaving me?" And he was like, "No, everything's fine." So I go to my boss and I'm like, "Hey, something's not right. Like, I need to go check my house." And nothing seemed ordinary on C. And I'm like, his clothes, the whole thing. Phone up, calling him back and back and back. You know, like any girl that would do this if she just got left. So no answer, of course. Why would a coward answer the phone after he just left?
I would love to hear the other side of this story. Is this my ex? All
right. So we're going to finish the rest of that. But you notice that like she's like, if I'd have told you anything from 2 years ago, you'd have thought everything with this man was perfect because he worshiped the ground I walked on. And I'm like, just because he kissed your ass and treated you like you were the only thing in the world that mattered did not mean everything was perfect. Did not mean everything was perfect. But what do you think about that one, She?
I totally agree. A lot of times, I think what we're realizing is that women don't take the time to understand who they're dealing with. They really don't know men. They they categorize us as being simple. Oh, men are simple. Then why you can't figure us out? If we so simple, why you can't get along in a relationship? Why can't you keep me as your husband? Since we so simple. You see, it's a bunch of foolishness that they was taught, so they don't know how to keep a man now. They don't know how. You see? So the problem is a lot of women think that because a man don't sit around and complain as much as them when something is wrong, that nothing is wrong. See, I could wake up every day.
That's what I was saying.
Have a great day. You know.
That's what I was saying. That's why I was saying the other way with the with this other story we was listening to with old girl with the recent viral thing. I'm like, yo, I got to give old boy got to take some accountability too, bro. Just because Shorty is not telling you something's wrong does not mean nothing's wrong.
Right.
Just because you pay bills, look she got to go and cry her eyes out to her phone in the car, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
I totally agree with that because part of
I'm like, boy got to take accountability for that shit too, bro. Your wife going through it. Now that's kind of one of the things I think, you know what I'm saying? Even with the ladies up here, it's like to see that shit from one side, but then the other side, it's like, yeah, but there's always a but in there. I'm like, nah, this shit, these are issues that everybody deal with. And to go to what, and shout out to Brenda, y'all make sure y'all sub to Brenda. I just put her link in the chat. I'm not saying that you gotta like be just like your people and go through abuse and deal with abuse. Hell no, should nobody be dealing with that shit. Should nobody be dealing with that shit. But you understand that this is the mistakes that your damn grandparents made. But they were dedicated to the mission. So you can still be dedicated to your mission and not make their mistakes.
Bingo.
That's what I'm saying. If you don't understand, this is how we evolve as people. We understand, we adapt, and we adjust. Like that's how mankind and womankind has gotten through the last X amount of fucking thousands of years. You know what I'm saying? Millions of years or whatever on Earth.
Which
you know what I'm saying?
Like we don't want to get through anymore.
Learning from the mistakes of others, learning from the mistakes of themselves, but also building on the innovations and the good shit that other people have done. You can't just ignore history or else you are doomed to repeat it.
Thank you. And let me say this too, Ant.
That's all I'm saying.
Right. And I'm glad you put it like that. I'm glad you put it like that because you know, maybe they'll understand it by you saying it in the way that you saying it. Because now I'm being accused of being aggressive because somebody don't want to answer a question. But
you'll never get that as much as I do.
but at the end of the day, the key to what you said was the mission. They stuck to the mission. And that is what marriage is. They don't get it. Marriage is a mission. Why do you think God made the man the leader? Because he's the one who's supposed to lead and guide on this mission. Now, did men mess up? Yes, men been messing up since the beginning of time, and so has women. But does that tell me to abort the mission? No. So because my wife stepped out on me and we've been married for X amount of years, we got all this stuff invested. We done built this foundation for our family and for our children. Most men, especially men back then and even men now, they stay. See, that's not talked about. Men stay for the kids too. Men stay for the family too. But it's this narrative painted that it's the women who are just victimized behind all of this stuff. And it's a lie. Women stayed just like men stayed. Women stepped out, men stepped out. But what they stayed together and stuck to was the mission. And the mission was not to show the next generations to be like us and how we did it. No, it was to show the next generation that you can do it. See, you can do it. We stayed married for 40 years and we went through a lot of bullshit. Y'all could stay married for 50 years without going through it. That's
what they're really saying is, look, just like we used to hear them stories, bro, about I had to walk 5 miles to school in the damn snow with shitty ass shoes, barefoot, and a 1-layer coat and all of this, and I had to carry this and shit like that. Like, if we dealt with this shit, y'all can deal with this little shit, y'all know.
Bingo.
Talking about how the fuck you feel, man. Talk that shit out, man. Y'all will be all right.
Thank you.
Talk about it. Stop talking. And I agree with both of the ladies up here, and you too. Don't go to the fucking internet and talk to your damn smartphone. Go talk to your husband. Fuck out of here. And I get it. Maybe that motherfucker is kind of stuck in his own world because, hey, we men, we get like that, man. We get so committed to the mission that we get caught up with work and all of that other shit. And we thinking, hey, man, just because she got a bag, the fridge is stocked. You know what I'm saying? The fridge is stocked. She got a nice purse. She got a wardrobe, nice walk-in closet, and all that other shit. Nice car, like. But we can forget that that's a person right there. That's a person. That's not even just. That's a woman. That's a woman. Like she the emotional shit that she goes through on a daily basis, man. We can't even fathom that shit. So we got to be like aware of that shit. Sometimes we can get caught up. So every now and then, your woman got to come to you and be like, "Look, motherfucker. Okay, here's the deal. I need to say something, and I just need you to listen. Don't listen to don't listen to respond. Don't listen to correct, and damn sure don't try to solve this problem. I just got something to say.
Right.
Okay. And when I ask for your response, if I ask for your response, then you respond. Sometimes you will have to go to your man like that.
Real
we be problem solvers. We be like, yo, you got a problem? I'm gonna just solve it. And most problems, especially when you're dealing with a person, them shits can't be solved. They can only be simplified. That's it.
And do you know, Ant, that's something that I had to learn, and I didn't know before, that sometimes your woman will come to you just so she can be heard. It's not that she even wants you to do anything about it.
Just need you to listen.
Learn that. I had to learn that because for a long time I was in that mode of, you're coming to me because something is wrong and you want me to fix it. I always believed that. But I had to learn through trial and error, right? That you just want to be heard, babe. It's not nothing you want me to do. What you want me to do is just sit down and listen and shut up. And I had to learn that. Honestly, that's some shit that I had to learn, because I come from the realm of, if she coming to you, she must got a problem. And if she got a problem, it's your job to solve that problem. But what I learned was, part of problem solving is also sometimes not going and physically solving a problem, but just listening and understanding that the problem isn't always physical. Sometimes the problem is emotional, and they just need to be listened to and respected for how they feel about what they're telling you. I had to learn that there's another part of problem solving, but that's something I had to learn. And am I willing to admit that a lot of times I said and did a lot of the wrong shit because of me not understanding that? No, I'm not afraid to admit that. But here is where men do get afraid. When I am this transparent, will you hold it against me? Because see, that's what homegirl just tried to do. Because then the transparency is, oh, you angry. No, I'm telling you what it is, and I'm being honest. So what happens is with a lot of men, they don't never get to that aspect of problem solving and understanding that sometimes your woman just want to be heard, and it's not nothing she really wants you to do. Because when you do go that route, right, they then use it against you. So some men back out. But see, I'm just the type of man that I'm not going to back out of it, because I understand that that's a process of me growing. And if you are my woman, I should expect you to see my growth. And you should understand that I'm no longer that person, but I'm actually showing you that I'm working toward being a better version of myself. So if you continue to use that against me, then what you're basically telling me is you don't want the guy that I'm developing myself to becoming. You're good with the person you just had. So in turn, that will tell me that I need to start making plans on leaving the relationship because you're not into growth. You're not into development. You see? And if and this is a message to all men. If a woman don't see your growth and acknowledge your growth and respects that, and she start trying to weaponize it against you, that's a woman you leave. Because that's a woman who actually don't want you to be who you're supposed to be. Like she's just going to keep weaponizing the negative side, the negative parts of yourself, so she can feel good about herself. And this is what happens in a lot of relationships now, where development and growth in the relationship isn't being displayed, right? Or being acknowledged. And this is where I think homeboy is messing up at. He's not growing in the area of problem solving where he needs to be growing at, which is the intangible side. See, you have a tangible provision, you have a tangible provision, you have an intangible provision. The intangible part of provision, which is providing, is having a vision for your family, how you see yourself, and also how you see communicating with your wife. But that takes emotional development for a man, for him to see that. But for a woman who's still immature in that area, it's gonna cause a bomb. So I agree with Brenda when she say that this relationship, I believe this relationship is gonna end too, because it's gonna get very toxic. Because they're both.
Well, now you done added in that other variable, which is embarrassment, public embarrassment. It's just like, hey, when we was kids, because you got at least one immature person, because we don't know the other side of the story, or we don't know the other person, but we know we got at least one because they're here venting on social media. So it's just like when we was kids and shit. You got two kids that don't want to fight. They don't want to fight, but as soon as everybody circle around in the playground, fight. Now these kids got to fight in front of everybody.
There you go.
You know, like all you know what I'm saying? Probably wouldn't have even been nothing, man. Wouldn't even have been nothing. But as soon as you add in these other variables and these other people and shit like that, and now here come these other voices, now all of a sudden shit done escalated.
And just me giving my opinion on how she's saying what she's saying in the video, it sounds like she feels trapped. It sounds like she feels basically like she don't have a life. Like she imagined her life to be a certain way that it's not. But that's not the man's problem. It's like that, like, see, I guess that I'm a little too rigid for some people, in my perspective, but I'm just a little more mature when it comes to shit like this. If you know you're not ready to be married, don't take on no husband. Don't act like you ready. Be honest and stand on it, which a lot of women are not doing. They're claiming that they want to be this, they want to be that, but when you're that, you're not prepared. So stop saying you want something you're not prepared for, because then you're going to get on social media acting like a victim. When you signed up for this, you a grown woman, you signed up for this. You signed up for whatever that man presented to you. That's what you signed up for. Now, if you knew you wasn't prepared to take on what comes with being a wife, you should have said that from the beginning. But a lot of women are not saying that because they think men are simple. All I got to do is fucking feed them. No, you don't. No, you don't. Because what if your husband got a business? Are you going to help your husband? See, it's a lot more that come with this stuff. And what I'm hearing is I'm hearing that women want to be married, but they really don't. So they just need to come out and say, we don't want to be married. Just tell the truth that we don't want to be married. We ain't ready for marriage. Stop saying that you are and you ready and these men ain't ready, because you ain't either. We both ain't ready. Men
I'm
and
like, it's
women
an entire space full of hopeless romantic fucking dudes that are ready to marry their favorite IG thought. Crazy
bro.
motherfucker. But they ready for that shit, and they don't know what they in store for. I was saying this shit before. I'm like, bro, like you about to break into a motherfucking prison, man.
Talk.
Do you understand that shit? You are about to break into a prison.
Bingo.
Motherfucker. The least you can do, all right, is make sure that you're okay with this motherfucking this damn one layer blanket, all right, this shitty ass pillow,
come on now,
and your cellmate, motherfucker, because till death do us part, it's a long goddamn time, man.
Come on now.
This shit is a long time.
So you got to be careful. This is why they say be careful what you ask for. You just might get it.
Like, y'all can spit out the Kevin Samuels talking points all the fuck you want. That motherfucker wasn't telling I never saw him give nobody no advice on how to stay married, because he couldn't.
He couldn't stay married.
On how to get married, because that's the easy part.
He couldn't stay married or keep a woman.
That's getting married is the easy part.
Staying married is the point. just like getting a woman is easy. Keeping her is the problem. Which we found out a lot of men on here have trouble with keeping women, keeping relationships. So where now they call men simps who kept relationships. Like my last relationship was 12 years. You know, I'm a relationship type of dude. I don't, cause you get into an argument and you ignore me for a day or two. I'm not ready to leave. I'm not a weak nigga. I know you mad. And guess what? You'll get over it, baby. You'll get over it. And when you get over it, guess what? I'm gonna be right here. Cause guess what? I signed up for this. And when you sign up for something, it ain't one day and it ain't 30 days. This ain't no goddamn lease. I don't lease women. If I fuck with you, you my woman. And 9 times out of 10, I'm thinking about marrying you. Because I don't just get in relationships for nothing. I'm one of them type of dudes. I'm very intentional. That's why I'm intentional with my words, because I'm intentional with my actions. So I'm not gonna get in a relationship and be in a relationship with a woman who is showing me from the beginning that this ain't what she want. So for her to be complaining 7 years in, she sound like my ex. Because what happened is she's realizing that she's bit off more than she can chew, just like my ex did. You see, sometimes you women get what you ask for and then you realize you can't handle it. Because it takes, see, some men require women to put out more than tacos and head. You see, there's men that when you get in relationships with them, you're gonna have to do more than cook and bend over. And a lot of you women cannot fulfill men outside of sex. So this is why a lot of men are unfulfilled in relationships. It's not the sexual part. A lot of you women got the sex part down pat. It's the other shit that y'all lack that make us get tired of you. And then the first thing that go out the window is the sex. Right. You're talking a bunch of bullshit that don't equate to nothing. You're complaining about some bullshit that equates to nothing. You are just problematic. And when you become problematic, that turns a man off. I don't want to have sex with you. I can't even get excited because every time I see you, you got a problem with something. Do you really want to be here or not? Because if you don't, you can go.
Look, I'll help you pack your shit.
Your life.
I'll help you pack your shit.
Right. Me too. Listen, I let every woman I get with know the front and the back doors always cracked. All you got to do is open it because they ain't even locked. You can leave whenever you ready. Trust me. Because guess what? As a man, how I was set up to keep going. I'm going to deal with the hurt. Yeah, I'm going to be hurt, but I'm going to keep going. Because that 12-year relationship, I left it. She didn't leave me. I left. And guess what I did? Picked up and left. I picked up and left. You know why? Because I was tired. Because I was tired of sitting around waiting for her to figure it out and for her to get her shit together and for her to get on board with certain shit that I had going on. I got tired of that. See that? But see, when a man has this type of story, you know what the women say? Well, you should have been left. But when I just asked Big Brenda, should your grandfather been left? What'd she say? Why would he leave his family? That's why I stayed as long as I stayed. See the difference between men and women? See the difference? So we need to stop the comparison. Let women be women, let men be men, and let's deal with each other from that standpoint. Because at the end of the day, people are people. There's a lot of men who stayed around for the family. I was one of them. And I stayed around for kids that wasn't mine. You know why? Because I raised them. And I didn't want to see them in jail as teenage boys. I didn't want them to go through the shit I went through. So I was staying to represent as a man. Okay, you may not like me no more. You may not fuck with me like that no more. But you know who need me? Them boys. You know who need to see a man in their house when they wake up? These boys. You ain't gotta like me. You know how many men stayed around for that? You know how many men stayed around for that? You know how many men slept in the opposite bedroom because of that? But they want to keep making it seem like it was just grandma.
Oh, but both sets of my grandparents had separate bedrooms. Okay, and separate bedrooms. You know, my father, he had a separate bedroom up until he died. You know what I'm saying? From his wife too. So
it is. My father slept in the living room.
I believe his and her everything. That's just what you got to do, because people, just like you said, man caves, separate bedrooms. I believe in that shit. Old girl should always have her own space. You know what I'm saying? She should have her own space, her own room. You know what I'm saying? Her own closet, all of that shit, her own bathroom. Just a way to be able to get away without necessarily getting away. But back to this story before we get into the next one, because the next one's deep. All right. But I just want to kind of end on this note. One of the things that this woman said here, and I brought this up before, she mentioned that she checked when she knew that motherfucker was gonna leave. Okay, she said that what kind of made her ears stick up. She's like, usually he messages her good morning, says ask her how things are going when she's at work. She said this time she didn't get that because he was moving his shit out. So she checked the cameras and she checked the location on his phone. Then she called him. All right. And he said he was at Target or something. Now, I'm like, why the fuck are you checking the cameras and then keeping track of a location before you just call your man and ask him a fucking question? She said then she called him and asked him, yo, are you going to leave me? Listen to this shit real quick.
Get back together or not. So he goes to his dad's for 5 days, which included Thanksgiving. So me and my daughter spent Thanksgiving alone, and he comes home and acts like everything is completely fine.
This is a man who tried to do his best to let the past behind and move forward. But she didn't see it that way. She thought he was avoiding the conversation, not realizing that he was just protecting their relationship. That was the strategy he used to prevent further arguments.
And backstory, if you know this man, you know that if I would have talked to you about this man 2 years ago, you would have never thought anything bad about this man. He literally would worship the ground I walked on, and not so much anymore. And then while I'm at work, I get this like really weird feeling in my stomach. Like my gut was telling me something's not okay. He hadn't texted me, and Normally he would text me telling me like good morning and stuff. So I'm like, let me check the cameras because we have cameras in our house. So I checked the cameras, they're offline, which is really weird because the only time they're offline is if somebody unplugs them or the Wi-Fi is off. So I'm like, weird. And I check his location. And it's turned off. So I call him and I'm like, hey, is everything okay? And he's like, yeah.
Pretty much, I'm like, I really don't need to hear nothing else. like you hear, I'm like, you listen to people enough, they're gonna tell you what was up. And this dude seemed like he actually know his woman and her patterns. That's why the fuck he cut the cameras off and cut the location off, because he knew she was gonna do all of this other, correction officer, prison, Sherlock Holmes shit before she even called the motherfucker.
So she's the wife. She's the wife that's the micromanager. Ladies, pay attention. If you have a husband, it's not your job to micromanage him. You know what that equates in a man's mind? You don't trust me. And if you don't trust me, there's no marriage. What are you married to? What are you married to? You're trying to micromanage your man. What the fuck are you doing?
Once the trust is gone, that's an indicator that the respect has already been gone. That shit is over.
Hey, Ant, you know what it sounds like to me, bro?
Respect, no marriage.
If this man had to turn the cameras off and turn off his location, that means he's been under this level of surveillance for years.
That's why he had to go to Pop's house for 5 days and shit like that, man. Like he had to go
run off the grid from his wife.
Yeah. And this is one of the reasons I know the Sisterhood Ain't Shit series kind of fucked a lot of people up. The hashtag really fucked people. But this just goes to, like, in life, especially when you got relationships going on, you need a real support system. Like a real support system. People that's going to tell you what you need to know rather than what the fuck you want to hear. So, if you got a real support system, people going to try to give you every possible solution to saving your shit before they tell you to just exit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? They're going to get like for real. They're like your homegirl, ladies, your homegirls, they're not going to tell you need to leave that nigga. You need to just be happy, girl. No, they're going to tell you, hey, man, you better go save your goddamn marriage, man. Do everything that you can. Once you've exhausted every possible scenario and resource, and I get it. If the dude's whooping your ass, he's abusive or whatever, yeah, you got to get the hell out of there.
Yeah.
You're going to say, got to get the hell out of there. So that they ain't wrong for telling you to get the fuck out for that. But all of that, I'm just not happy shit. Nah, that's part of. That's part of, like, happiness is a journey. That shit's not a destination. It's a fucking journey. So there's gonna be bumps.
And happiness is a feeling that comes and goes.
Bad weather. There's gonna be car trouble. Like it just what it is.
Come on. You pissed off because it's raining outside and you got your head done. You're unhappy. What the fuck?
I'm gonna tell you, you know what I'm saying? Just like the captain got to come on the intercom on the plane. Look, man, there's a little turbulence. It's all good. We still good.
Come on now.
You know you uncomfortable, but we don't have parachutes on the plane. That's it.
And
no parachutes on the passenger plane.
Notice how she's on social media trying to paint a narrative about her husband as if he done something wrong leaving her. But when the shoe was on the other foot, right? And the woman steps out and leaves, it's always, well, what did the man actually do? But in this situation, she will not say what she done wrong because she don't see she did anything wrong. She don't think she did anything. But it's the responsibility of a man to always see where he could fuck up at.
Well, he went to his support system. And unfortunately for her, it doesn't look like she has one. She had to go to social media because she didn't have he went to his support system, which was his father. He went to his father.
How about this, Aunt? Like most women do, they ignore their support system. How about that? How about all you shut up? I'm going to do what I want. There's women like that too. She looks like those types. Look at her face. Look how she's acting bewildered, like she does nothing wrong. I was this great wife. I don't know what's wrong with him. He just changed. He worshiped the ground I walked on, and then one day he just hated me. That's all a fucking act. That's reverse psychology, bro. That is the behavior of a narcissist. Oh, he loved me. He would put he would put his coat over a puddle, and then the next morning he just woke up mad at me. Stop it.
Wow, this was some shit in the making. I even remember when she started the story here. I broke it down before. I'm not gonna spend too much more time on it now, but she said it in the beginning. She was like, "Look, we kind of always get into arguments and shit." And this time he was just like this time he was done. He was just like, "Look, man, I want a divorce. I'm through." You know what I'm saying? He's like, huh? Because that's what she's used to doing. Like, I'll just start an argument, whatever, and then whatever the fuck is going on, whether it's my fault, his fault, or whatever, he just ends up apologizing to me. Problem solved. Problem solved. You know. And, this time he was like, "Fuck that, bro. I'm done apologizing to this motherfucker."
Exactly.
I'm out.
Because
even if it's my fault, I'll just like as men, we naturally. It's not that we're natural providers. We're natural problem solvers. So if you tell us every day that we're the problem, eventually we're gonna solve your problem
and get out your way.
Not be the problem anymore.
Not be the problem anymore.
I'm out. Peace. I'll solve your problem for you. But a lot of stuff happening is that motherfucker leaves. Just like now she's complaining. Now you got even more problems. So was he really the problem?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And now you're out of a marriage. Now you're out of a marriage. Now you got a strike against you. Because now when you introduce yourself to another man, you got to tell this man you've been married before. So now he got to evaluate you differently. Hold on. Was she the reason for her divorce? Because if she was, I'm not marrying her. See how this all flows now. And
remember that one thing she's like, her husband told her to go to hell, but he didn't say nothing. I'm like, I can understand why. Like I can just understand why, because you just talk, like you don't listen, so he couldn't get a fucking word in. So he just planned his fucking escape, bro. He escaped from Alcatraz. Like fuck it, dog. Gotta across the thing. Ever, bro.
And you can tell by how she's speaking about him that when they would argue, she would demean him. She would talk down to him. That's why he left her. That's why he left after that last argument, because she's the type that she hurls insults. Shut up, stupid. You're retarded. You're this. You're that. You're this. You're weak. You're this. You're that. She's that type. In the arguments, he got tired of being verbally abused.
But look, we've all been so cheap. Check this out. Like we've all been through this. Men and women have likely been through this shit where it's like, look, somebody actually come to you like, what's wrong? And then as soon as you tell her, oh, quit complaining. I'm sick of this shit. We always going through this. You know, just stop it. You know, it's like, damn, you just asked me what's wrong. So in other words, you don't give a shit what's wrong. You just don't want me to be pissed about it.
Real shit.
Like that's it. Like people just be so self-centered and they really just don't give a shit. And people like that, like you don't, damn that trying to get married. You don't need to be married.
Bingo.
Like you don't need to be married. If all you are concerned with is yourself and how you feel and your own happiness and thinking that's where it starts, stops, ends, all that shit, you're not ready for that shit. So you can have the 6-figure income, you know, you can be all handsome, you know what I'm saying? You can be fine, you can be in great shape. All of your friends can look at you and say, oh, this is what I want. I want a relationship just like hers. That don't mean that you're ready to be married. Look at this chick right here.
Every day you gotta deal with somebody. Is marriage even worth it? It's not. It's not. At some point you're gonna realize that it's always best to just be alone. Because I've been married for about 7 years and I don't even know if this is worth it. Like, And not saying that there's anything necessarily wrong. There's nothing wrong, and that's the point. Like, I don't even know.
That's the point. There's nothing wrong.
See that?
Like, what the fuck? How the fuck am I supposed to function with no dysfunction? When there's nothing wrong, that means I have to look within myself and still strive to be better. Now, this is like,
Which
like
is what
it's
she's
tough.
not
Now you
willing to do.
accountability. This shit
Which
is
is
tough.
what she's not willing to do. Which is what she's not willing to do. Which is why a lot of women get married nowadays, because they're using the marriage as a crutch to stay who they've always been. Because she literally just said nothing's wrong, but she's fake crying. We didn't see a teardrop yet. So she's not crying. She's whining because there's no tears, right? And see, here's the problem that I have too, Aunt. When we address these videos the way that we're addressing them, women get upset because we're talking to them like they're grown women and not children. Why is a grown woman on the internet whining? You're a grown fucking woman. Why are you on the internet whining or even crying in front of your phone? This is immaturity. This is you trying to get attention. As a grown-ass woman, why are you still behaving this way? You are not ready for marriage, ma'am, because you're not ready to deal with a husband. You're not ready to deal with a sturdy man that's about dealing with things for the betterment of him and his family, which is you are a part of. You can't deal with that because you need tending to every 10 minutes. He got to always come check on you. No, you need to grow up. You need to grow up. That's what you need to do. And these women don't want to hear that. Just like the men. Just like the men don't want to hear.
I'm like, bro, we can't even
want to hear it.
All the dudes of accountability too. I'm damn the blame, the guilt and shit like that. A lot of these niggas will knock up women, you know what I'm saying, get them pregnant and shit like that, tell them they love them and shit, knowing damn well you ain't ready to be a husband or a father or a problem solver.
And
you know that you ain't ready to be
her husband. I would say her husband is not ready in that area too, because what I believe what she's complaining about, and I said this a little earlier, she feels trapped because she's with a guy who's providing all of her tangible needs, but she's still internally bankrupt. You see, he's not pouring into her. Everything around her is stable. She has stability. She has financial security, but she's not being poured into. And this is what's hurting her. And this is what she's actually speaking out against. But her man, her husband, isn't mature in that area to see that he has to build his woman up that way too. It's not just about providing and making sure the bills are paid and making sure you know everything is on F, nothing's on E, you know, because you can have everything on F, but you be on E internally. And this is where I think her gripes are. Okay, I look like I'm happy, but I don't feel happy. I look like I'm secure, but I'm really not. And I do have to place blame on her husband in that area because it's his job to reinforce certain things in that area for his wife. Just like she has to do that for him. But I believe that's where he's neglecting her at. And that's where she's feeling trapped and feeling lonely and feeling misunderstood and not being heard. But she also went about it wrong, and she went about it in an immature way, which is going to the public. Because once you're married, everything becomes sacred. Y'all supposed to talk about this. It's not supposed to leak out to the world, because then you'll have the world speaking on what y'all have something going on that's supposed to be sacred. And that's where I think she's wrong at. Ultimately, that's where I think she's wrong at, just coming to the public and doing this. But I understand why she did it. Because again, she feels trapped, bro. Dude probably not talking to her. When she try to have the conversation, he brushing her off, or he's trying to divert the conversation. You know, I believe that all of that's happening.
That's what I was saying. The first thing I noticed, bro. That's the first thing I noticed. Because the first time I saw this clip, I saw it on Anton Daniels' channel. That was what he said. He said, "Hey, she just needs to leave him so he can go get the right woman." I'm like, yo, more than likely, this dude doesn't need a woman either. He's not ready for that shit. He's definitely ready to make the best life he could possibly make for himself.
Right.
Most definitely.
Right. And just bring somebody in to share it with him. Mm-hmm.
But as far as putting a variable, a person in there, a woman at that, nah, bro. Nah, bro, because to be honest, a nigga like that is lucky he got this woman right here. Because most of them ain't gonna go cry in the car. They gonna make your life miserable too, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Somehow, some way.
Yeah, they might Lisa Left-Eye Lopez.
Wipe that smile right off your fucking face, man. Real shit.
You might burn that house down, nigga.
They gonna spray that smile with pepper spray and wipe that shit like Windex.
Real shit.
Real shit, man.
Real shit. Put some shit in your spaghetti.
Happy about, nigga. I'm not, so neither the fuck are you.
Real shit. Real
shit. So, you know what I'm saying? He's actually lucky to have this woman right here, to be honest with you. Because real shit. And like women like that are what can turn good men into cruel men.
Her doing this is a call out for attention. I agree. She's not doing this to bash her husband. I don't believe that. But that's how it's going to be portrayed because it's put in the public. But I don't believe that was her intentions. I think she's doing it to get his attention because she hasn't had any other way to. And sometimes the best way to get a man's attention is to embarrass him. Because that'll wake a nigga up real quick. You put him on the spot or you make him feel embarrassed, that would make him pay attention.
I'm sure she didn't expect this shit to go viral. That's the thing about them viral moments, man.
Hell no.
She didn't expect that shit. And this shit is definitely viral. But I just don't the damn advice that a lot of these niggas are giving to these fucking dudes that, yo, whatever, just get another woman. This is the same shit that everybody used to say that was the women's issue. They not looking for a good man. They just looking for somebody to tolerate their bullshit. Mm-hmm. Now I hear niggas giving that advice to dudes. Don't think just find somebody else to tolerate your bullshit.
Nah.
You're not the problem. Everybody else is.
Nah, we ain't doing that.
So I'm like, that's how you solve an accountability problem?
Right.
By telling the other person, don't take accountability. Everybody needs to take accountability for the situation they in. Take accountability. That's why I said I don't like the blame game. It ain't always somebody, just like you said this shit. It don't have to be your fault for it to be your problem.
Exactly.
Like for real. Take accountability. Yeah, you might have done everything right. You might have done everything right, but why the fuck you still in this situation? Where was your tolerance threshold? You know what I'm saying? What are you really paying attention to? You must have missed something.
There you go.
I bring it back to that movie Mr. and Mrs. Smith with Angelina and Brad Pitt. You know, and I get it. It's a lot of satire. They was assassins and shit, but that was just a microcosm for your average relationship. And when Secrets come out, like when Secrets, and both of them had the same damn reaction once they realized some shit. How could I be so stupid? They both said the same shit. How could I be so stupid?
How did I miss that step?
Boom.
Absolutely.
But everybody, that's just a movie. Bullshit. That's some real shit. As soon as you find out the person that you go to sleep next to every day, wake up next to every day, you know what I'm saying? Wake up next to every day, and you're supposed to know everything about them, that they've been able to live a totally different life and be a totally different person than you thought that they were, you know, in front of your ass. That shit'll fuck you up when somebody shed their skin right in front of you.
Bro.
I'm telling you.
Bro. Bro.
Shout out to L. Nick.
Bro. I know how you can how you could have that tunnel vision and think that, you know, shit is good. And then you realize all of this shit is going on right up under your nose and you sit back and you realize how much shit that you didn't pay attention to. You feel me?
Boom. Like
What up,
how could you be so stupid that and then once or what is it like that them parts of the horror movie, bro, where you just stumble upon all of the damn bodies and shit at the end of it, like the climax and them, like real shit, that should fuck with you. It's like holy shit, the killer's in the house. The killer, the calls coming. What up, L? What up, L Nixon? Salute, bro.
What up, yo?
Salute, man. You cooking in the chat, dog.
Yeah, I was on my way, take my car back home. But yeah, it could be another thing. It could be mental health. And if she don't know what it is, then he's not gonna know what it is. I know that for a fact. Even online, when a lot of people talk about mental health, you know, they talk about what the person who has a mental health goes through, and they often shame the person that's in that situation with them because they're confused on how to help. And that's a term called caregiver's fatigue that most people skip. Caregiver's fatigue, they go through burnout. So if you're a regular person who's not trained, who don't even know, and it's your spouse or whatever, or, you know, boyfriend or whatever it is, you're expected to figure that out. You got to think about the nursing field, right? You got to think about nursing aides that deal with older people. You got to think about psychologists, police officers. They go through something that's called STS, secondary traumatic stress. You get a certain form of stress dealing with people who have stress or who have certain disorders. So you can get stressed just dealing with them as well. And that's a term that a lot of people don't know. So if that young lady that was on the screen not too long ago, if she sounds confused, if she don't know she's actually going through something, she's not going to know. And even when she do know, if the husband's not educated, if he's not going to talk to somebody to counsel him on how to help her, then they both gonna be lost.
That's facts.
Damn, bro. Yo, man. Yo, bro, you just brought so much clarity to my last situation, because that's what I was experiencing. I knew she had mental health, but she would never go and get the proper treatment and the proper care. She will always just depend on me. And I used to always, and bro, damn, bro.
And see, when people talk about, you know, people don't need therapy, listen, depend on what you're going through, because when you talk about certain symptoms, right, they could be tired, they could be irritated, they could be forgetful, they could be all these things, right? So here I am trying to diagnose you when it could be you just have a sleeping disorder, or you could be just going through depression, or you could have PTSD, because a lot of those symptoms are somewhat similar. So we trying to diagnose people, and he just got anxiety. So you got to be taught, you got to be educated. And if you look at the rate in divorces, right? If you look at co-parenting situations in relationships in general, a lot of times it's much deeper than what we think, right? So people say communication is key. It's not. Comprehension is. So if a person don't really know what they're going through, they can only explain it on the level that they think they know what it is. Logically, you like, it don't make sense. So y'all go through this cycle of miscommunication, only to end the relationship. You bump into this person 4 years later and they say, hey, I got therapy. I didn't know I was going through X, Y, and Z. Now just imagine if you knew what that was in the relationship and you knew how to fix it. So a lot of those breakups in relationships are something even more serious than we think. It could be mental health. It could be so many things, but because we don't know how to point it out, we just like, oh, that's just Rhonda. Y'all know how Rhonda is, but Rhonda could have a disorder. She just don't know what it is. Like with me, I know I have a sleeping disorder. My mom had an issue with sleeping too, but everybody was like, oh, that's her. She stay up late. Now that I'm educated, I'm going over some of the steps and I'm like, yeah, you have a sleeping disorder, but only a person that would know, that's been through counseling and all that, can tell another person. With her, she would just pass it off as, that's just something I do. And what you do is you try to cope with things and not understanding that you're actually trying to deal with something that you don't even know you have.
Right.
So a lot of these relationships could be the two people that couldn't get along, that couldn't communicate, and it could be something else. That's why we really have to be educated on a lot of things today because we're not like we used to be. You know what I'm saying? We used to be bound by duty and tradition. And yes, we suffered in silence and we pushed through a lot of stuff. Nowadays, we're not like that. We don't lean on those structures, religion. We don't lean on a lot of stuff. And it just seems like we have more issues with mental health and all these things nowadays. They always had it, but it's just that they were bound by duty. So they pushed through the shit and they were just silent. But nothing changed. You know what I mean? Same shit.
That's what we were saying earlier. And it's like, nobody's saying that, yo, just go through this shit. You know what I'm saying? Just go through abuse and cheating and infidelity and lies and all of that shit. Nah, don't just do that. But understand that was a reason why like relationships stayed together and shit like that back then, is because they were bound by duty.
Right.
You know? So granted, even their methods and the shit that happened might not have been, you know what I'm saying, like the right way to handle shit. We understand that. But the foundation was a good one. The duty, the mission. You know what I'm saying? Not lose sight of that, because nowadays a lot of folks just bail.
Right. Hey, I'm about to head out, but hey, DS1, I'm gonna say this, right? The crazy thing about it is the more you learn about human behavior and the more you learn about certain disorders and things like that, the more you learn, it's really gonna fuck you up, because then you start going back to relationships and then you wonder, should you have left that relationship, or was it something I could have did? It'll mess you up, man.
Hey, bro, it's been doing it, man, since I've been in school. Like, that's why when you just broke it down like that, it fucked me up, because last semester, one of my classes was abnormal psychology. And I'm starting to see the abnormal psychology within a lot of people, bro. And what else it does, to add to what you're saying, is it gives you a level of empathy. You become more empathetic and you become more understanding. And that's why, you know, I'm glad we got this part of the conversation too. So people who was a little triggered earlier could understand, you know, the actual point behind this, because what you was just saying is now that people are feel like they don't have to have a duty or have a mission, that creates mental illness as well, because the lack of structure builds it doesn't build proper cognitive thinking. So it makes you irrational. It makes you make irrational decisions. It makes it harder for you to self-regulate, and it's because you don't have a structure.
Right.
Those structures kept us mentally sane to a certain extent.
Right.
Just because a person act out and have an episode don't mean they crazy. Don't mean they bipolar. Don't mean that they schizo. No, it doesn't mean that. Now people just think that and want to throw everything on mental illness, when they don't understand that in order to be diagnosed, you have to have abnormal psychology and you have to have abnormal behavior for a certain amount of time.
Right. If you look at nowadays, like, we don't really have those traditions, and we don't follow those traditions like we used to. So we don't have nothing to look forward to and guide. Nowadays, you know what I'm saying, in current society, we all over the place. You know, so we're a little different in that aspect. But the thing about it is, it makes you think, because a lot of times you can feel like a failure, you know, that, you know, maybe it's something I did, or maybe it's something they did. But then sometimes it's maybe something simple as, I just wasn't aware and maybe haven't been educated enough to know how to deal with the issue. So a lot of times you'll be misblamed. You'll put it all on yourself and not understand that I wasn't even qualified to fix that issue. You know what I'm saying? So I think the more you know, the more it'll incline you to, you know, kind of get more resources before you actually bail on a relationship, because it's not always as simple as you think.
Now check this out though. If you can give us another maybe 5 minutes, El, if that, right? I wanted to do this video right here when y'all speaking on mental health. All right, this is a situation, another viral video. Okay, y'all have probably seen it. 23-year-old mom opens up and warns women about having kids, and this woman talks about how, yo, she was on self-delete watch. Okay. OD'd, all of that shit. So listen to this.
Nobody's gonna tell you. You got fucking 3 kids at 24 years old. You're getting ready to struggle. You're getting ready to cry. You're getting ready to be depressed. You're getting ready to want to
Hey, it's me. I'm her. I'm the girl that she's talking about in the video.
I'm not specifically, I don't know her, she doesn't know me, so she's not talking about me, but I can relate. I'm 23 and I have 3 kids, and I'm fucking struggling. This shit is not peaches and rainbows. This shit is hard. I would not wish this life on my worst enemy. The life that you pictured and had and wanted and was promised, is you're not gonna get it, babe. Let it the fuck go. Some people do get lucky and they have men that stick around or have this big village. A lot of us aren't lucky like that. Like I said, I have friends that could drop their baby off to anybody. Guess what? They got 1 baby or 2 babies. I have 3 kids. Don't nobody want to watch 3 kids, 3 little babies that still need their diaper change. Nobody want to do it. Sorry. Everybody that was when you was pregnant, oh, I'm going to get the baby, I'm going to do this for the baby. What the people at? Them people don't give no fuck. Like she said, there's going to be times when you off yourself. Y'all look at this. Literally. I stayed in the hospital for a whole fucking week because I had an overdose. I overdosed because I literally did not want to be here no more. I didn't have a pulse for 11 something, almost 12 minutes because I didn't want to be here. I felt like it's not worth being here because guess what? Yes, I cry myself to sleep most nights. Most nights I am fucking stressed. My hair's falling out. Y'all have videos. I'm answering them if y'all want to see them. But I should not be 23, literally brushing my hair to the point my shit falling out. I gotta keep cutting my hair. This is not the life I wish on my worst enemy. And yes, this shit get ugly. And yes, I post. And yes, all that. But behind closed doors, this shit is ugly as hell. I would not wish this shit on nobody at all. Like she said, don't have no fucking kids. Love is not enough. These niggas don't give no fuck. They don't care. And I have 1 baby daddy. I don't have multiple baby. I have 1 baby daddy. That nigga don't give a fuck. That nigga be around when it's beneficial. That nigga be around when the shit going, when he feel like when he need me. That's what it really is. Fuck, as long as a motherfucker accepting the bare minimum, we cool. And it feel like for me, on the flip end of that, I be accepting the bare minimum and the little pieces of shit because I just be wanting help. Because guess what? I don't got no big village of people that's gonna come and stuff for me and my kids. Fuck, so I'm accepting the littlest fucking piece of shit. Fuck, over nothing, just for some fucking help. Because guess what? When I ain't accepting that, the nigga gone, disappear. Where the fuck he at now? Fuck, on with the next bitch and her kid. It's really mind blowing to me. And only thing I gotta say is y'all listen to her. This shit is really fucking hard. Nobody cares. The same nigga that you laying on your back for don't even give a fuck if you eating at night. Fuck. Same nigga that you doing all this for can't even help you fucking your kids move. Like, y'all, some people do get lucky. Some people, like I said, some people get lucky, and some people do have this fantasy life, and some people get lucky and blessed with good men, but y'all, it's not worth it. Look at me. I look a fucking mess right now. That's what I'm doing. I just dropped my kids off at daycare. I still have to go home and unpack because they can't fucking just be anywhere. But guess what? I also need to DoorDash and make some fucking money because my tank is on me. Like, it's hard. Don't nobody want to hire me because I can't work on weekends because I have nobody to keep my kids. I can't stay past certain times because guess what? My kids have to be picked up at a certain time or they're going to charge me for it. And guess who's going to pay the late fees? Nobody but me. It's hard, y'all. It's hard. I would not wish this on nobody. Y'all, fuck them kids. Fuck them kids. And if you got 1 kid, stop at the 1 kid. This shit is this society, this life is too hard to be having 3 kids with no help. I would not.
Shorty said, fuck them kids. Damn, dog.
Yeah.
Hell, man, I know you got to get out of here. I know you you got the kids. I mean, it's probably nothing left of that. But bro, what you got to say with that? Shorty said she OD'd. She got on that bonnet to cover up the bald spots and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, Shorty's fucked up out here, man. Damn.
I mean, her, as far as her saying F the kids, I mean, you could look at her and listen to her like she's at a point of breaking. And the fact that she got 3 kids, man, that's not good because the kids are going to feel all that. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times in situations, like, first of all, how'd you get the 3 kids at 23, right? So there's another aspect of that. Like, what man added a 2nd or 3rd child to that situation? You know what I'm saying? Like, people could be going through a lot of stuff, right? And I could be going through a lot of stuff, dealing with somebody who's going through a lot of stuff as well. But the point of it is, like, we got to stop at some point and learn about what's going on out here. You know, we know it's mental health. We know all these things out here. We have to learn about that because a lot of things affect our childhood, and we go through life unconsciously doing certain things and not understanding where the patterns come from. So if I'm not understanding, you know, where I'm at and how I get there, I get with somebody else that's going through something even more serious. I can add on to whatever they're going on and can be their final straw. So a lot of times, you know, if we're in self-preservation mode, we might be a little bit selfish. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at what you're doing is you just complaining. Like you really don't have no issue. You just nag, you just this, you just that. You could be going through something more serious. So we really have to be educated on these things, because it can get to a point where you're talking about vetting. If I know some of the signs, if I know what to look for because I'm learning these things, then I know what to avoid. And if I'm in a situation, I know how to help or where to get the help. But the situation like that, she needs some type of help if she's feeling that way. She's 23, seems like she don't have no resources, and she got 3 kids. I'm praying for them kids, because who knows what can happen under that type of pressure.
I appreciate it, but bro, I'm like, okay, so what I took from it, I don't know if Sheep want to chime in, but what I took from it off rip when she said like some people get lucky and the dude just don't leave. That's not luck because you get a man that doesn't fucking leave you. That's not luck. You're supposed to choose the motherfucker that doesn't leave you before you have his kids. You don't pick an ain't shit nigga and spread your legs for him and then be surprised when he's an ain't shit nigga after you have his kids. You know?
Exactly, bro.
So you gotta ask yourself.
That was the point I was making earlier when I said, you know, that a lot of females took personal and they felt like it didn't equate, but it makes perfect sense. If you don't know how to be a woman, right? Or you don't know what comes with being a woman or being a parent, you shouldn't be having sex. Because that is the result of doing grown-up shit. So what this young girl is doing is she run around acting grown and then want to complain when you gotta be grown. See, I'm the type of man, I don't want to hear that shit. Because you happy when them cheeks getting clapped and when you telling me not to pull out. So don't call me crying and whining because now you gotta be mommy. It don't work like that. It don't. And we in a world where nobody's gonna care. So how about you act like that? Everybody want to do, this is why when we was young, they used to say, stop acting grown.
Yeah.
Stop trying to be grown before it's your time, because you not ready to deal with come with being grown. You could deal with the sex part, but you can't deal with the mommy part. See that? You could deal with all the emotions around having sex and having a man, but you can't deal with being a parent. That's the flip side to being a grown-ass woman and taking dick, raw dick at that. That's the flip side to that. So if you want to be grown on one side, you got to be grown on the other side. You can't be grown just in the bedroom, but then want to be a little girl when it's time to pay fucking bills. It don't work like that. And too many women, they want that. They still want to be little girls, but want to take all the dick like a grown woman. All the dick like a grown woman, taking it like a champ. But when it's time to be a mother and to be grown in that aspect, now we seeing all of this dysfunction. You ain't got no dysfunctions. You ain't got no hole-ups in the bed. Your ass know how to swing from a chandelier. But you got a problem because the baby won't stop crying. That's getting on your nerves. Come on, man. Come on.
Right. Right. Hey, but you know what though? Oftentimes, right, we talk about, you know, the father not being there, and we don't know the real reason why he's not there, but the fact that he's not in the house, right? So we harp on that a lot. You know what I mean? The father wasn't there, so these are the results. But we don't even touch on the other side, you know? The father's physically absent. A lot of times you got moms that's physically present but mentally absent. While the daughter's in the room doing whatever, they're in the room on TikTok, doing TikTok dances.
Go.
or going out on dates, leaving the kids home. Listen,
fucking YouTube panels, or taking backside selfies and posting them shits on Instagram and all types of other platforms and shit. Some of them doing OnlyFans and other shit. That's why a lot of the times when they're like when the ladies was up here earlier saying, "Oh, just drop the kids off with the men." More often than not, if you got to do willing to take those fucking kids, that's not no halfway shit. He's gonna say, drop them off permanently.
Right.
That's it.
Keep child support.
I'm not your on-call babysitter, bitch. No. You're not gonna drop the kids off to me because you need a babysitter. You're gonna drop those kids off to me because they need a father. That's it. So you can go run the streets, do whatever the fuck you want. That's fine. But when you drop them off, that's it. You can see them every other weekend or whatever. And a lot of them women ain't ready for that part. Oh, but I ain't gonna be able to get my tax return. I'ma miss him. I'ma miss her.
I mean, they're not ready for that because they're not ready for that because there's only a smaller group of men that actually take the kids. Let's be honest. So
that's true. But you got a bunch of men that will. But there's a lot of women that they're like, nah, I just wanted you to watch him while I went out or while I was hanging with my new nigga. That's really all I really want.
Well, I mean, well, that's where grandma come in. Grandma watching everybody kids.
You know? So I'm like, it's not a 1 foot in, 1 foot out thing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Being a single parent does mean you got to pick up the slack for another parent. It's never really going to be 50-50. It's never going to be 50-50. Even a judge will tell you that shit in custody court. That's not healthy for children to be one place half the time and another place the other half. Right. It's not healthy. There's no stability there. So somebody is going to have the kids more often than the other one. Right. That's just the way that shit's gonna go. So I don't know why people think that shit is just, oh well, just drop the. Hey, every man I know, I can't speak for the other dudes because I don't fuck with piece of shit niggas like that. Like you, chances are you ain't even gonna fit in my circle.
Right.
Pause. You know, but still, you ain't even gonna you will not even be comfortable if you the type of nigga that doesn't spend time with, you don't know your kids, you don't have conversations with them, like for real. So these niggas wouldn't even recognize their kids if they walk past them on the street. Don't know them motherfuckers, man. So I know probably the dudes that y'all talking about when y'all say, hey, just drop them off with the father. But the dudes I know of, a lot of times their kids have been dropped off and they just took them.
Yeah, I wonder, what's her home situation? You know what I mean? As far as her support, mother and father. Like, I just wonder how she got that far. You know what I'm saying?
Well, something else I noticed too, El, was when she said, like, I can't even get a decent job because I can't work weekends. I'm like, Shorty, I ain't had to work weekends in what the fuck? Probably about 20 fucking years, man. Yeah. Like, for real. Probably about good 15, 20 years I ain't had to work no damn weekends. And there's been women working at the damn companies I done worked for. So that's on you. Like, what the fuck do you do for a living? What's up with your career? Do you even have one? You know? Do you even have one where you have to work weekends? Sounds like you really wasn't ready to be a mother of 3 kids.
Yeah, right. Because even one is tough. You got 3? How the hell you look? 1 is tough. Then you got to the second one, and then you had a third one. 1 is for that age, and she's young too. 1 is tough.
Women with kids that don't have to work weekends.
Right.
They work 9 to 5 Monday through Friday.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely no joke, man. She got 3. Damn.
This is not a woman in my book that can cry to me and complain about burnout. You can't complain as an adult. You cannot cry and complain about things you put on yourself. Now, not having enough resources, that may be a thing, but you put yourself in a position to not have enough. And
Right.
you can tell just by how she's doing this video, she don't have a job. She's not employed.
She said she door dashing.
Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. With 3 kids, you door dashing? With 3 kids and rent, you door
Man,
dashing?
listen. Yeah, right. I know we want to feel sorry for people. I mean, you know, there's some, you know, circumstances, but reality is landlord don't give a damn. He still want his rent.
Come on, man. And let's be real, fellas. If we gonna talk like adults, why we can't talk like this? See, this the problem that I have with a lot of females online. They want men to be men, but then you want to try to tamper and tailor how I talk. No, this is how I talk. I'm a straight shooter because I'm straight with my words, because I'm straight with my actions. I'm not gonna beat around the bush. I'm like this with my woman. I'm gonna tell you what it is. And if you don't like that, that means you don't like me. And I don't have a problem with that. But what you're not gonna do is try to gaslight me into feeling like something is wrong with me, because I'm intentional by using my words and my actions. And because you're not used to men being this way, because you're used to men talking to make you feel good. But see, you got to understand, ladies, men that do that is because he wants something from you. I don't want nothing from you.
Right.
So I'm going to be a straight shooter. I ain't trying to make you feel good about my words, because I ain't trying to get no pussy. Now, if I was trying to get some from you, then I'll be saying shit to make you feel good. But again, a lot of you women don't know men, but you claim you do. But you don't even know how men communicate. He talking soft and doing all that shit to make you feel good because he like you. But a man that's a straight shooter that ain't trying to get nothing from you, that really got love and respect for you just as being a woman, he's going to be honest and upfront and give you the raw deal like I would do my daughter. I'm not going to pussyfoot around my daughter. When I have a daughter, I'm not going to pussyfoot around what men do and how men manipulate. I'm going to be raw. I'm not going to pussyfoot around just in case she might cry. Yeah, and if she cry, I'm going to tell her, baby, get your tears out now. Because I don't want you crying on another man who lying to you. Come cry on daddy. See, this is what's missing. We missing the straight shooters. Then you women complain about, all men do is lie. But when you get a straight shooter, he's aggressive. Oh, he's aggressive. Oh, he's mean. Come on now.
Lies told. What's going on, Mahogany?
Hey, what's up, y'all? I left for a little bit, so I'm kind of out of the loop. I did see I just literally just got back. So, 23-year-old mom. Yeah, I guess I'm just catching up.
Okay.
But y'all could go ahead and.
But yeah, because we were talking about the mental health thing. She OD and all of that. Like, this chick is going through hell. She got 3 kids. I don't know how many baby daddies she says she got or whatever, and she's just saying that it's hard and everything else. And I know, like Tay said in the chat, this is why a lot of people don't want to have kids. I'm like, if the only way you can have kids is with an ain't shit nigga, the issue isn't having kids. The issue isn't having kids. Like, the issue is either what you're picking or what you're qualified for. You know what I'm saying? And at some point, we got to take accountability for being a shitty judge of character. And the first person whose character you got to be able to judge is your own. Damn judging someone else's character, like, who the hell are you? Because water finds its own level. That's the way I see it. So chances are, if all you can seem to find to father your children is ain't shit niggas, chances are you an ain't shit motherfucker yourself.
Well, also, so if this is the thing. There's an old saying that stands true, will always stand true, and it's called "It Takes a Village." And I don't know why some of these. It seems like she's trying to say that she didn't know that. Like, one reason I got married before I had children was because I did not want to have all the responsibility on me. I didn't want to have to do it alone. And to be honest, I work in pediatrics, and most of the people that come in are married. They bring their kids, get their teeth cleaned and stuff like that. And it's hard on married folks. I've had so many parents that are at their wits' end, and they don't even have 3. They might have 1 or 2, and they are worn out, no matter the race, white, black, Asian, you name it. I've seen it all. And whether they're, even some of the dads are worn out. The women are worn out, the dads are worn out. So I don't know why I don't know. I don't understand how this now in age, we don't understand that being a single parent is hard. Now, I will say this. I'm not one of those single parent that's beat up on single parents, because sometimes circumstances do happen, whether somebody might pass away or whatever, that are unforeseen, and that will make you, for instance, my father died and left my mom with 4 children. Some were hers and some weren't hers, but so she didn't know that. She was 20 something years old with 4 kids between the 2 of them. So things do happen, but if you could stop it at 1, you're struggling at 1, don't go ahead and have 2 and 3.
Right.
Yeah, I will say this. The only thing too, if I could give some advice, as if this young lady would listen, it's that old adage is that adage for a reason. It takes a village. Try your best to find resources for your children. I was married, and me and my husband found resources. My son was in every after school program he could be in, boxing lessons, swimming lessons, after school tutoring. Try and do as much as you can to supplement your only one person. And I brought it up earlier about the married young lady. Take some time, sometimes if you can drop your kids off to somebody, that would be nice, because you need it sometimes you need a break from kids crying in your ear all day. You do need a break. But yeah, you made that bed, you got to lay in it. There's nothing really you can do about it. You are a parent. That's what you chose. Does that make sense? Yeah, that's what you chose.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, if we had more context in it, it could be an irresponsible adult. You know what I'm saying? So in that case, I can agree with DS1. And then sometimes, like you said, it could be somebody that's married, have 3 kids, and the husband passed away, or they go through divorce or whatever. But in that case, still, there should be a co-parent situation. But if you just young and dumb, and you just adding baby daddies or baby mamas, that's a whole nother level right there. Like, one is hard, and you keep replicating that situations at 23. It's hard at 30. You're doing it at 23. I mean, what kind of job can you have at 23 compared to a 35-year-old?
Hey, Jess.
The resources are going to be a lot different. So I'm just still wondering, even in this situation, where's her parents, mom and dad? Even if the dad ain't around, where's the mom? Where's the grandma? Like, there's so much left out of this. But as this clip stands, if you take it for what it is, that shit look crazy. Like,
oh yeah, Tay says, hey Tay, she was like, she's worried about the children because she tried to take her own life. And so yeah, therapy, I don't know why Black folks so against therapy. Therapy has done wonders for me. She, and I hope her family reach out to her and be like, they see, because sometimes people don't say anything. They're going through things and they need help, and they don't tell anybody. Don't tell social media. Pick up the phone and tell somebody you can actually trust to help you, like a pastor or somebody that's actually going to give you some resources.
Look, people don't want to go through therapy until they deal with people with multiple personality disorders, or what I'm saying, some crazy schizophrenia. Like, yeah, try to figure that shit out on your own if you want to.
The military, and I'm talking to you because you're military. The military, I was first introduced to therapy. I was forced. I was just talking about this. I was introduced to therapy through the military, but I'm so grateful for it now, looking back. In and out of it for several years. I'm so grateful. I learned so much about myself. People don't understand therapy is more for you than for anything else. It's more for you. If it's couple therapy, it's more for you than even the other person, because it helps you see things about yourself that you probably did not see, could not see. It helps you take a look back, through a clear lens. So I'm grateful for it. I don't think there's nothing wrong with it.
But you have to understand the stigma, right? There's a lot of stigma on it because you have to find effective therapy. You got to know when you're talking to an effective therapist, because therapists are people. So somebody could be going through issues at home and they're doing a session and they got to try not to be biased. So you have to understand, if you're going to therapy about a relationship and you're telling the other person, okay, this is what I'm going through with this person. If you got 16 weeks with that person and if that therapist allow you to spend all that time talking about that other person, that's not a good therapist.
It's not.
So you have to know these things. And like I said, I understand why people think it's effective, right? Because, of course, they have to diagnose you and there's insurance involved. There's all that legalities and stuff, right? But it's the same thing with going to get your car fixed. You got to find a good mechanic over a bad mechanic. And there's things that come attached with that too, but you still got to go get your car fixed. So you have all these things that, of course, we kind of look at and, we feel some type of way about it, but that doesn't devalue what actual therapy does. You just have to be able to know how to get a good therapist.
You're right. I just want to say this, and then I want somebody else to speak. I don't mean to take over, but what he's saying is so right.
The video again too afterwards. I'm gonna play it one more time. It's like 4 minutes long, but it'll give context. Go ahead, Mahogany.
So I was just gonna say, like I said, I recently got back into it, and I was asking. I was like, well, can I do this together? And he basically told me, he doesn't do therapy sessions with people. They have to come to him for one thing. They have to realize and want it for themselves. They don't go looking for you, and they're not even going to allow you to refer them. They want to deal with you. So a therapist that is allowing a person to not deal with themselves and the stuff that they got going on is probably not a good therapist. I absolutely agree with that, because I found that out. I was like, well, I think we should do this together. And they were like, we're going to deal with you. If that person wants it, then they'll come, So that's a good point.
Hey, but hey, I'm about to get out of here, man. I'm out in the sun, so I'm trying to talk, and it's hot as hell out here. But I just wanted to pull up, man, because y'all was having a good conversation, and I just wanted to add something to it. That's all.
No, I appreciate that. I thought it was a good segue because I had this one queued up already, and it was wild. So of course we talked about what old girl was going through, and with her marriage, and this is one with the kids and everything. So I'm not saying but now shout out to you, El. I know you got to go, and it's hot. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, if y'all in the clouds watching and y'all know Ant, go ahead and check out Mahogany. Check out DS1. They got some great content. You'll learn a lot. Check them out.
Appreciate
I just
you.
dropped a
Salute.
chat to the 53 people, that are still here, combined on both channels. Appreciate y'all. But
all right, y'all be blessed.
Bye, you too.
But nobody's gonna tell you. You got fucking 3 kids at 24 years old. You're getting ready to struggle. You're getting ready to cry. You're getting ready to be depressed. You're getting ready to want to
Hey, it's me. I'm her. I'm the girl that she's talking about in the video. I'm not specifically, I don't know her. She doesn't know me. So she's not talking about me, but I can relate. I'm 23 and I have 3 kids and I'm fucking struggling. This shit is not peaches and rainbows. This shit is hard. I would not wish this life on my worst enemy. The life that you pictured and had and wanted and was promised is you're not going to get it, babe. Let it the fuck go. Some people do get lucky and they have men that stick around or have this big village. A lot of us aren't lucky like that. Like I said, I have friends that could drop their baby off to anybody. Guess what? They got 1 baby or 2 babies. I have 3 kids. Don't nobody want to watch 3 kids, 3 little babies that still need their diaper change. Nobody want to do it. Sorry. Everybody that was when you was pregnant, I'm going to get the baby, I'm going to do this for the baby. What the people at? Them people don't give no fuck. Like she said, there's going to be times when you off yourself. Y'all look at this. Literally. I stayed in the hospital for a whole fucking week because I had an overdose. I overdosed because I literally did not want to be here no more. I didn't have a post for 11 something, almost 12 minutes because I didn't want to be here. I felt like it's not worth being here because guess what? Yes, I cry myself to sleep most nights. Most nights I am fucking stressed. My hair's falling out. Y'all have videos. I'm answering them if y'all want to see them, but I should not be 23 literally brushing my hair to the point my shit falling out. I got to keep cutting my hair. This is not the life I wish on my worst enemy. And yes, this shit get ugly. And yes, I post and yes, all that, but behind closed doors, this shit is ugly as hell. I would not wish this shit on nobody. at all. Like she said, don't have no fucking kids. Love is not enough. These niggas don't give no fuck. They don't care. And I have one baby daddy. I don't have multiple baby. I have one baby daddy. That nigga don't give a fuck. That nigga be around when it's beneficial. That nigga be around when the shit going, when he feel like when he need me. That's what what's really is. Fuck, as long as a motherfucker accepting the bare minimum, we cool. And it feel like for me, on the flip end of that, I be accepting the bare minimum and the little pieces of shit because I just be wanting help. Because guess what? I don't got no big village of people that's gonna come and step for me and my kids. Fuck, so I'm accepting the littlest fucking piece of shit. Fuck, over nothing, just for some fucking help. Because guess what? When I ain't accepting that, the nigga gone, disappear. Where the fuck he at now? Fuck, on with the next bitch and her kid. It's really mind blowing to me. And only thing I gotta say is y'all listen to her. This shit is really fucking hard. Nobody cares. The same nigga that you laying on your back for don't even give a fuck if you eating at night. Fuck. Same nigga that you doing all this for can't even help you fucking your kids move. Like, y'all, some people do get lucky. Some people, like I said, some people get lucky, and some people do have this fantasy life, and some people get lucky and blessed with good men, but y'all, it's not worth it. Look at me. I look a fucking mess right now. That's what I'm doing. I just dropped my kids off at daycare. I still have to go home and unpack because they can't fucking just be anywhere. But guess what? I also need to DoorDash and make some fucking money because my tank is on me. Like, it's hard. Don't nobody want to hire me because I can't work on weekends because I have nobody to keep my kids. I can't stay past certain times because guess what? My kids have to be picked up at a certain time or they're going to charge me for it. And guess who's going to pay the late fees? Nobody but me. It's hard, y'all. It's hard. I would not wish this on nobody. Y'all, fuck them kids. Fuck them kids. And if you got one kid, stop at the one kid. This shit is this society, this life is too hard to be having 3 kids with no help. I would not wish this on nobody. Like I said, look at me. All the extra money I get, it ain't going to get my nails done. It ain't going to get my hair done. I do that shit by myself. And guess what? I barely have time to do that. So it be feeling like a motherfucker, I don't know. Just listen to her and listen to me. If you like, cause I was reading the comments, somebody was saying, oh, you're not 23 though. You don't know how it is. You don't have 3 kids. You don't have 4 kids. Well, look, I do. And I'm telling you, all that shit that y'all talking, no, she's telling the fucking truth. You're about to struggle. You're about to be fucking stressed and depressed. Just don't have no kids, y'all. Just take it from me. Don't have no kids.
Nobody's gonna tell you. You got fucking 3 kids at 24 years old. You're getting ready to struggle. You're getting ready to cry. You're getting ready to be depressed. You're getting ready to want to
Hey, it's me.
Nobody's gonna tell you. You got fucking 3 kids at 24 years old. You're getting ready to struggle.
Oh Lord!
Right. And shout out to Tay Tay in the building too. That's the end of the video.
Hey, Mahogany.
Anyway,
What's up, Aunt? Hey, DS1.
What's up, Tay? Happy Sunday to you.
Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday.
I know you be doing your thing on Sundays too. You know, I be having to catch a replay sometime. I had to catch a replay last week.
Oh, okay.
But before we go to Tay, I know Sheep wanted to get in there. What you got to say on that one, bro?
Hey man, it's sad because notice what she said too. All 3 of her kids is by the same dude.
Hmm?
So she repeated the same behavior with the same dude over and over and over again. Your ass was starving after the first baby. What makes you think he gonna feed you when you got 3 of them? And notice what she said. He keeps coming back for the bare minimum. What's the bare minimum? What you're giving him? Sex and a TV dinner. So this goes back to what I was saying earlier, Aunt. When the women were getting triggered, if you could take some dick, you could take being a parent. If you're gonna be young, dumb, and full of cum, understand what's the result of that. And nobody's gonna feel bad for you because you got the results that happens when you wanna play around that way. When you want to act like you're an adult, knowing you're not ready to be one. So stop doing grown shit if you're not ready to be grown and go through grown people problems. It's just that simple.
Well, I don't know who was triggered. I was never triggered, but I did.
Not you.
Okay, I wanted just to add a couple things because I know Tay wants to talk. Because I didn't see that. I just saw the whole thing. I didn't, and like Taylor said, she wanted to commit suicide. So we got to deal with this woman's mental issues for real, because that's a problem, and that's why Elle Nixon was saying, "Where's her family at?" Because she needs her family. She needs that village. She needs that support, because children are not safe with any parent that is not mentally that's mentally thinking about taking themselves out of here.
She probably got a toxic mother.
I don't have a clue. That's crazy.
Probably her mama probably ain't shit and told her, girl, if you have them kids, don't send them by to me. I done raised my children. And she probably got one of those type of mamas.
I have heard that before.
Yeah.
I mean,
But she's probably she's not.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
She's not lying as far as when she says she can't keep a job. I believe that, because a lot of people are not going to watch children that are a certain type of age unless they're potty trained or unless they're able to like vocalize and talk. A lot of people won't watch them kids. And the thing is about daycare is daycare don't keep sick children. So if your kid start throwing up or has a cold, they'll call you and say, hey, you need to come get your kids. So you have to leave work early. And a lot of places don't offer, PTO, sick time, family leave. They don't offer that type of stuff. So when she leave work early, she losing out on money. So that's why she's struggling. So I believe it.
I mean, she's also struggling because chances are she can't get a job that offers PTO.
Exactly.
Like, for real, like you don't have a job that offers. Look, I grew up in a time where a lot of these chicks, the medicine was in the food. They would actually start up daycares in their damn house. Watch their own kid along with the rest of the kids on the block. There was always one chick on every block that had a daycare center. On every street in the neighborhood.
And they doing hair.
I mean, I guess that was, but I'm an 80s baby, so I don't know. Like, we all had a Miss, you know what I'm saying, Miss Natty or whatever, Miss Ruth,
Miss Carol.
Yeah, that was
system. Exactly. A support system. She don't have that. So it's like she has to, she got to do what she has to do. But at the end of the day, I mean, she's the one that had them children. So it isn't really anybody's responsibility to look after them or take care of them. Which is why I said someone needs to go get them goddamn kids. Because if she tried to kill herself, clearly she's not mentally well. And what makes anybody think that she won't try to take out her fucking kids in the process of all this?
She said,
like,
hey, numerous times.
Body camera footage of Olga A. They found them two babies' bodies in the trunk of the damn car.
I heard about that. That was crazy. I
heard those weren't even her kids. They were her sister's kids.
Oh my God.
Those two children, I think one was like 6 and the other one was 3 or 4, had a combined weight of like 40 pounds combined.
Jeez.
Yeah.
That's sad.
So, but I gotta agree with Sheep right there. It's like, yo, if you're not, I would even go that further. Like, look, if you're gonna have kids, I don't give a fuck, man or woman, you need to be willing and prepared to be a single damn parent, because you never know. It's not even about somebody just leaving you. Motherfucker could go outside and get hit by a fucking bus.
No, exactly. But I think it comes with people depending on others.
Yeah, I'm just saying you're on your own. So what's up? Like, if everybody's self-sufficient, then everybody's self-sufficient. And if you guys are like that's where the luck comes in. You know what I'm saying? If you're lucky enough to actually fucking have decent health and stay together and all of that's fortunate. But as far as just having somebody that's not gonna just get up and go, that's not luck. You got to hold yourself accountable for just being a shitty ass judge of character. At some point.
So with that being said, Aunt, we can't blame the kids.
Nah, you don't ever blame the kids.
That's what she's doing. She's blaming it on the fact that she got 3 kids. No, you had 3 kids as a result of you being sexually irresponsible. Your life was fucked up before you had kids, girl. I'm looking in your face. Her life was fucked up before she started having kids. Her life was so fucked up. That's why she started fucking early. Let's keep it real.
I mean,
Yeah, I agree. It's never the kid's fault. That's what Jess said too. Yeah, it's never going to be the kid's fault. They didn't ask to be here. If I could give any advice, though, I mean, she's already dug herself in such a deep hole. I agree with Sheep and everybody else that has said it. You should have stopped at one. And it absolutely makes sense if he was treating you like crap. Now he's been doing it since baby number 1, and she knows it, but she didn't stop. So she has dug herself in this hole. The only thing what she needs to do, we need to get her some mental help. That's solution number 1. Then solution number 2 is, well, there's a few things, because taking her aside, one thing I do notice about some of the younger generation, like I've seen a lot of videos. I'm away, but I'm gonna bring it right back. I've seen a lot of the younger females. They'll say things like, well, my husband doesn't help me with the baby, or my man doesn't help me with the baby. In my household, that wasn't an option. When I needed help, I was willing to ask for the help. You gotta put your pride and your ego aside. I've met new moms that do not want their children to have hand-me-downs. Listen, beggars cannot be choosy. Be grateful for the help that people are offering you. So, she needs to get some help, but she also needs to be willing to ask for help. If she has pride like that, put it to the side and do what she needs to do to handle her business, because these kids need a parent. They don't need excuses. They need a parent that's stable. And if she wants to be that parent, she got to get herself together. I'm all about, solutions and all that. Because, I mean, the 3 kids are here now. Now what are we going to do? What are we going to do?
yeah, I mean, they're here. I mean, I think someone needs to go get them kids from her. Respectfully, I'm gonna stand by that, because I am not just gonna act like I didn't hear her say she tried to kill herself.
And she said, "Fuck the kid."
Discharge papers and all.
I'm
She
not
showed
gonna, I am not gonna act like I didn't hear that. So yeah, someone needs to go get them kids from her. She needs to, get herself together mentally, spiritually, whatever it is that she needs to do. So she could be a mother, to her children at the end of the day. Because again, they did not ask to fucking be here. And what a lot of women do is, which they'll have these children to to think they're gonna keep this dude around and think he gonna stay, and then he end up leaving, and then now it's fuck these kids, no, that's not right. That's not okay.
Nah, I agree. I mean, and look, I get it, but this is when usually the family will help you out if you on your way to someplace. Now, if all you're gonna do is do DoorDash just to try to fill your tank up, so that way you can do more DoorDash.
No, ma'am.
To help you on. But if you in school for your CNA or your LPN or some other shit, you know what I'm saying? People will help you to pick up the slack, because they know this has a floor. Once you get your shit together, you're not going to need their help anymore. They know that. So people will help you to watch your kids, but they're not going to raise your kids for you.
No,
So if
that's facts.
That's not going to stop. No, people are going to be like, nah, you're going to have to get your shit together now. Like, it's sink or swim at this point. So just like I was saying, it's like, hey, they probably helped you with the first one, maybe even the second one, but once the third one came, it's like, come the fuck on.
And people also too, they sometimes they overstay their they overstay their welcome, or they take advantage of their certain support systems, because they think they're just always going to be around no matter what. But people get tired too. And, people notice certain patterns too. So if you just having kids unprovoked, and you ain't got no type of plans in place, but just you having kids, that's a problem.
Oh, you know what? Taylor is right. I didn't think about that. It could be that people have reached out and helped this young lady. Because that's happened to me where I've helped people and they was ungrateful as hell. And then when they got into trouble again, guess what? I'm sorry, these doors was closed, honey. You didn't appreciate it. You know what I mean? So it could be that type of situation too. Oh, it's so much we don't know. But yeah, that's a good point.
Definitely looks like a rebellious situation. She looks like the rebellious type. It's all in her face. She look like
That
young child.
bonnet says everything. I'm sorry.
And then, you know, a lot of times that's a symptom of another problem when she's like she overdosed and all of that other shit. It's like now you're on the internet. It sounds like you kind of looking for attention and sympathy and empathy and that. People are like, look, you made your bed and you laid in that motherfucker. Yo,
I
with your
wish
legs.
they ban some of these people's IP addresses.
Nah, now it's time to make that motherfucker up, man. Like for real. It's time to make that shit up. Like you're gonna have to to lay in your bed, make it up, and then handle your business. Like that's what it is. So I would say the same shit. I see Trinity comments in the chat. On I think it's on one of them channels. But it's like, look, everybody I would say dudes, be ready to be a fucking single parent if you need to. You never know what's gonna happen to that woman. You never know when she's just gonna decide to get up and fucking go. Just the same. Or hey,
Just might be tired.
you know what I'm saying? She may happen, anything can happen. I'll knock on wood. You don't wish anything bad to happen to anybody, but anything can fucking happen. And if the shit doesn't work out, you don't know what type of dude she gonna end up with, whatever the case may be. You might not want that motherfucker around your kids, or she might just drop them fucking kids off. Or inhale a bottle of pills or some shit. You never fucking know. So you should be prepared to take care of your goddamn kids on your own if need be, fellas.
Facts.
Like for real. Like and ladies, y'all need to always be prepared to do that shit, because you should be ready to pick up slack when you get kids. When you have
No,
kids.
absolutely. People not gonna live. Someone can get hit by a bus tomorrow. Shit.
That's all I'm saying.
He gone. So I mean, at that point, what are you gonna do?
So yeah, it's not about just getting lucky, because she was talking about it like it's just luck if you get somebody that can that's going to stay around. A lot of times getting through life is avoiding. It's not about getting lucky. It's about avoiding bad luck. Like that's why they tell us
poor decision making. Actually,
remember that shit. Don't talk to strangers. Don't take candy from strangers. Look both ways before you cross the street. All of that shit. That shit is about avoiding bad luck. Don't do stupid shit. And you can. It doesn't mean you won't get unlucky, because getting unlucky is part of life. That shit happens. But your risk can be calculated.
I just think a lot of people have poor decision making, poor planning, and they find themselves in these circumstances that could have been avoided. Like this could have been avoided. It really could have. After the first child, she could have been like, okay, you know what? I'm a mother now. It's time for me to get my shit together. I don't know what this nigga is gonna do in the near future, but that don't matter at this point. Let me go ahead and take some of these community college classes, because a lot of these classes are for free in these damn community college classes. Y'all,
you can take them online now.
Yeah,
you can take them online now. A lot of them.
Let me, get what I need to do and go from there. But she decided to have not only one child, but 2 more after that. So, it is what it is.
And just like she said, with the same dude, the same ain't shit motherfucker. I think she was talking something about he had another chick and some other shit too. He had another chick.
More to the story?
Yeah, like okay, so let me spin this shit back and y'all can listen. She said something about either he had another chick with and the other chick has kids. I don't even know if those are his kids. You know what I'm saying? Like he might be just spending time with another chick and her kids, and she got another baby daddy or some shit. Listen to this.
Yikes.
Literally. I have 3 kids. Don't nobody want to watch 3 kids, 3 little babies that still need their diaper change. Nobody want to do it. Sorry. Everybody that was when you was pregnant, I'm going to get the baby, I'm going to do this for the baby. What the people at? Them people don't give no fuck. Like she said, there's going to be times when you off yourself. Y'all look at this. Literally. I stayed in the hospital for a whole fucking week because I had an overdose. I overdosed because I literally did not want to be here no more. I didn't have a post for 11 something, almost 12 minutes because I didn't want to be here. I felt like this is it's not worth being here because guess what? Yes, I cry myself to sleep most nights. Most nights I am fucking stressed. My hair's falling out. Y'all have videos. I'm answering them if y'all want to see them, but I should not be 23 literally brushing my hair to the point my shit falling out. I got to keep cutting my hair. This is not the life I wish on my worst enemy. And yes, this shit get ugly. And yes, I post, and yes, all that, but behind closed doors, this shit is ugly as hell. I would not wish this shit on nobody at all. Like she said, don't have no fucking kids. Love is not enough. These niggas don't give no fuck. They don't care. And I have one baby daddy. I don't have multiple baby. I have one baby daddy. That nigga don't give a fuck. That nigga be around when it's beneficial. That nigga be around when the shit going, when he feel like when he need me. That's what it really is. Fuck, as long as a motherfucker accepting the bare minimum, we cool. And it feel like for me, on the flip end of that, I be accepting the bare minimum and the little pieces of shit because I just be wanting help. Because guess what? I don't got no big village of people that's gonna come and stuff for me and my kids. Fuck, so I'm accepting the littlest fucking piece of shit. Fuck, over nothing, just for some fucking help. Cause guess what? When I ain't accepting that, the nigga gone disappear. Where the fuck he at now? Fuck, on with the next bitch and her kid. It's really mind blowing to me. And only thing I gotta say is,
so y'all heard that part. He said on to the next bitch and her kid.
She said she been accepting the bare minimum. That's on her. Like, I'm sorry. I don't mean to sound callous or cold or anything.
Don't apologize.
But you accepting the bare minimum of a man that you procreated with and had. Like, these are just not your kids. These are his kids too, but you accepted the bare minimum. That's on you.
And you know what, Taylor, this is sad to say, but I've heard of women, basically, they know their baby daddy ain't, but they'll literally, like, if he comes around for sex, but he said he gonna pay the light bill, they'll give him sex for the like. This is sad. This is like the bottom of the barrel type behavior. And you're right, you shouldn't apologize for that, because like it's sad that she feels this low of herself. But that's why we say we got to deal with the mental part of her first, because she got an issue.
Yeah, she has issues.
But that's the problem. Too many people in this fucking world are expecting the world to adjust to them and adapt to them rather than them adapt to the fucking world. And that's what we teaching children these days too.
Bingo.
That's why it's all fucked up. The world, look, you can sugarcoat it for this person, but the world is not going to. The universe just don't work like that. Like, for real. Nobody gives a shit what the hell you going through in your household and all of that other shit. That's why ain't nobody gonna hire you. They don't give a fuck about their kids. They give a fuck about their bottom line. You're only as good to them as the money that you can make them. And what the hell you, that's it. You know what I'm saying? It's a business. If this chick had one, she would likely have the same goddamn attitude. What the hell? Our busiest days of the week are Saturday and Sunday, whatever. You got a retail spot or whatever. So if you can't work weekends, what the fuck good are you to me?
Exactly. But if she had a job that, you know, she had any type of skills or any type of education, she could get a Monday through Friday job. Hell, some jobs even have the alternative work schedule where you could work 4 10-hour shifts 4 days out the week and then be off, you know, Friday through Sunday. She could have had that. But, you know, a lot of these like retail jobs, these grocery store jobs, they gonna want you. They want you. You're on their schedule, so it's gonna be you're working based on the needs of the business. And Saturdays and Sundays are the busiest days. So
look, when I was a teenager, finishing up high school and shit, I had a call center job. And I had a couple of them like this shit. All you had to do was put in a certain amount of hours. They gave you a sheet to fill out. It had to be filled out by every Thursday, and you told them the hours you wanted to work. That's it. Them shits just had to total up to a certain number.
Mm-hmm.
Here are the hours.
McDonald's job. So
you gotta put in at least 30. That's it. You know? That's it.
There's so many programs.
Yeah, if you were in school, it was like 25 or some shit like that. You know, and I worked that job making more money than anybody else that was working. This could be everybody else working in the mall or doing some dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? I was probably making 3 times, 4 times as much as they were. And I had my Saturday nights, Friday nights, Sunday nights off. Because the company I was working for wasn't even open that time.
She needs
No?
to buckle down and think.
I
And
will hire her.
maybe the counselor can help her, but she needs to buckle down and think about what she's going to do. She needs to devise a plan. For me, it was going back to school. I knew I had to, because I needed more money. You need more money. Going back to school is a great way. Find a short program, do CNA work or medical assisting or even pharmacy technician. It's quick schooling, but it pays decent. It pays enough for you.
Good money.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So do something like that. And online, there's no excuses anymore. There's a lot of programs that are online. What else can she do? Do you know, speaking of call center, me and my brother and my mom at one point years ago when I was in high school, we were all working at this. The call center was cool because it was 24 hours. Like I could work the afternoon shift. My brother could work the morning. But do you know at the call center, if you learn how to speak Spanish, if you were speaking Spanish, they
You
would
get
pay
paid more. Yep.
almost $20 an hour.
Now, if you bilingual, hell yeah.
They give you a stipend if you bilingual. Yeah.
Yeah, you press 1 for English, 2 for Spanish. So if they can fill that department where motherfuckers is pressing 2, yeah, you in good shape. You in good shape with that. So I'm just saying, and this is back in the late 90s, early 2000s. I can remember that. So that, and not only that, that's a skill that you can take anywhere you go. Like after that shit, like you can take it elsewhere because you know what I'm saying. That shit is like just as good as a degree in communications.
She could get a job at one of these community colleges because even while she going to school, they'll plug you into like to one of the campus jobs or anything that's pertaining to like the field of study that you want to do. So she could do that. You know, she just needs to get her mental health together. Stop coming on TikTok, telling her business like this. Yeah, she could do it.
So I'm just saying, like, if you can actually add some value to these businesses and like make them more money than you cost them, they'll usually pay you. That's what people are in business for. But you don't have no qualifications. That's it. So this is one of the reasons why people be telling their daughters and their sons, get your shit together. Get an education, get a trade, get all of this shit before you lay up and have kids and shit. This is why. No, it's not just to be controlling people and all of that other shit. They telling you, if you're going to make a family, you're going to have a way to feed their asses. You know, and keep a roof over their head and clothes on their backs. Like you're going to have to do that. No, but people want to make the family and then figure that shit out later. And then end up trying to inhale a bottle of pills. It's fucked up.
And see, this is why I'm so passionate about conversations like this, is because we have 3 generations of lost children due to this type of acceptance of this type of behavior. We got the Gen Zs that are messed up, the Gen Alphas, and the generation after Gen Alpha, who are all sexualized and who all believe in not having a family, not taking care of children, but let's just all fuck on each other. And she's part of that generation. This is why she said, fuck them kids. Because she's part of that generation where that is taught. Fuck them kids, just fuck me. Fuck me, but fuck your kids. Come by, bring me a couple dollars and fuck me, but fuck your kids. You see this? This is tragic. This is why we need to feel some type of way about this. We have to start being unapologetic about having these types of conversations in a stern way, because there's generations of children who are messed up because of it. There are children right now who are addicted to drugs because they grew up not being paid attention to. So they fell in love with drugs. There's generations of kids like that because they mamas grew up saying, man, fuck them kids, I'm going out. Leave their kids at home while they out at the party. Come on, man. We got to stop acting like this is just something that, oh, it was a mistake. And, you know, if we just begin to, no, this is a problem. in society that is being perpetuated over and over and over again, where children are harmed, women are harmed, and so are men, because them little boys grow up to be men. Come on, man. we gotta take this stuff more serious. We can't just act like, oh, this is well, let's just get rid of marriage. Then you know what that tells the future generations if we was to just throw out marriage? Throwing out marriage to a child who don't really understand certain things, basically what you're telling them is to throw out commitment. You don't have to be committed to nothing in life, because that's what marriage represents, commitment to God. So you have generations of children who aren't committed to anything. Because if you ain't submitted and committed to God, you ain't got no purpose. You ain't got no life. You don't have nothing of substance.
I was gonna say, check this out though, right? Because I heard a conversation I heard a little bit on Witch Doctor's panel last night, and they started getting into an argument about saying God is a man and all of that other shit. And this is when I tune out, because I'm like, when sheep say God, that shit is an ideal. That is the mission. That is the vision. That's not man. That's not woman. That's the mission. You're committed to that. So if you see that shit as a gender, you're a fucking idiot. The gender is just a vessel. Y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. The gender is a vessel.
I agree with that.
Say you're committed to God. You're committed to an ideal.
A principle.
So it's not about submitting to a man. It's not about submitting to a woman or whatever. It's about submitting to the mission, the vision. So when they say, like, you know what I'm saying, man follow Most High and God and woman follow man, it's not about just following a person. It's about everybody being on the same page and following the same mission.
Exactly.
Because if different people interpret it different ways, then now you guys are supposed to be together, but yet you can veer off in different directions. That's why they say one follow the other. Women follow men, children follow parents, and you know what I'm saying? And all that's supposed to permeate throughout the community, the village.
Exactly.
Exactly. And that's what establishes a culture. But it's not about worshiping a fucking gender or a person or anything. Anybody that says that's a fucking idiot, you niggas don't even need fucking channels or microphones. You're fucking stupid.
Hey, you know what's crazy about that, Ant? Animals submit to God. Because animals operate strictly off of what God put in them, which is instinct. So they wake up when the sun rises, they eat, they do everything according to God. But humans, he designed us so unique that we can have the choice to say whether we want to follow that order or not. But when we don't follow that order, look at what happens. Look at what's happening. Look at what's been happening.
I just heard two people arguing saying God is a man, no, God is a woman, no, God is a man. I'm like, what a fuck? Sound dumb as fuck, bro.
When that's just ego arguing, because all that proves is who want to feel more dominant in a relationship. That's all it is. That's ego, man. God ain't in that. God ain't in that. That's ego. That's somebody wanting to say, well, God is a man, that's why you should listen to me. Well, if God is a woman, that's why you actually need me, and you get so weak after I put this thing on you and after I cook for you. So I'm really God because we push out the kids. Like, it's just a bunch of egotistical nonsense that really doesn't lead to any productive results. That's how you know God ain't in that, because that doesn't lead to anything productive, because God is about productivity and progress. That's the purpose of reproduction, to continue on life, not to have a splitting image of you and to think it's all about you. That's not what that's about. That's not what it's about, because if that's what it was about, he will only let people or humans reproduce. Why does everything else reproduce? Plants reproduce, animals reproduce, everything in society reproduces, because that's part of life, to continue life going. which is the proof of God being what? Infinite. That's the proof of it. If it was supposed to stop, we wouldn't have no forms of reproduction. We wouldn't have to. He wouldn't have made us so we can reproduce. He wouldn't have made plants like that. He wouldn't have made animals like that. Because everything is in life, in nature, reproduces. It's not just us. But we forget that part when we have these egotistical arguments.
I mean, God is energy, and energy is neither created nor destroyed. It is merely transferred.
Well, when you got a bitch that's talking about bonobos and the bonobo islands and, you know, female bonobos basically living amongst each other and, you know, comparing humans to animals and lions and shit, then you're going to get these type of conversations.
Yeah, that's a serious problem.
Stupid
I'll
stuff.
tell you, I agree. It's a serious fucking problem. Serious problem. But hey, they sell microphones to anybody. And phones. And hey, if you can have an email address, you can have a YouTube channel. That's how it works. That's some shit. You know? So this is crazy. What shit right here?
Y'all listen to her. This shit is really fucking hard. Nobody cares. The same nigga that you laying on your back for don't even give a fuck if you eating at night. Fuck. Same nigga that you doing all this for can't even help you fucking your kids move. Like, y'all, some people do get lucky. Some people, like I said, some people get lucky, and some people do have this fantasy life, and some people get lucky and blessed with good men, but y'all, it's not worth it. Look at me. I look a fucking mess right now. That's what I'm doing. I just dropped my kids off at daycare. I still have to go home and unpack because they can't fucking just be anywhere. But guess what? I also need to DoorDash and make some fucking money because my tank is on me. Like, it's hard. Don't nobody want to hire me because I can't work on weekends because I have nobody to keep my kids. I can't stay past certain times because guess what? My kids have to be picked up at a certain time or they're going to charge me for it. And guess who's going to pay the late fees? Nobody but me. It's hard, y'all. It's hard. I would not wish this on nobody. Y'all, fuck them kids. Fuck them kids. And if you got one kid, stop at the one kid. This shit is this society, this life is too hard to be having 3 kids with no help. I would not wish this on nobody. Like I said, look at me. All the extra money I get, it ain't going to get my nails done. It ain't going to get my hair done. I do that shit by myself. And guess what? I barely have time to do that. So it be feeling like a motherfucker, I don't know. Just listen to her and listen to me.
Look, y'all make sure y'all tune into the marketing series. We got another one coming up. I'm gonna likely schedule it for Tuesday, but this is the stupidity right there. I'm like, I already got the answer to your issues. You can't get a job on the weekends because you have nobody to watch your kids. So why don't you just start up a business watching people's kids on weekends?
She got to create. She got to have a base for that. She got to have a base for that though, because I mean, not everybody gonna drop off their kids with with a strange woman if she doesn't have certain type of credentials or anything like that. So it gonna. I mean,
definitely a feuicidal woman. Yeah, they're not gonna do that. So she's gonna have to work on some shit. But hey. Winning in life, like success is not easy. Like she's like, this is hard. Yeah, it is. It's called life. Shit's not easy.
Bingo.
Like it's not easy. It's simple. Where right? I used to have some shit that said that shit. Life is simple. It's just not easy.
If I'm being honest, I wouldn't leave my children with her. I wouldn't leave a pet turtle with her because she just said that she tried to kill herself. So what the fuck? She's unstable. I'm not dropping off my children.
I agree.
With this crazy.
I agree. But hey, you go through the steps. You went through some shit. You go through the necessary steps. Of course, you get your counseling. You get whatever certifications you got to get. You know what I'm saying? Get a permit. And you can get something that'll zone you to watch like no more than 3 or 4 or 5 children or whatever. Make sure you have enough space to do it. You can get grants and shit like that set up. So it might take a year or 2 years or whatever. But there are things that you can do. And nowadays they paying motherfuckers to watch their own damn kids. It's stupid.
If they have a disability, yes.
Y'all know about I don't hear shit from old boy. You know what I'm saying? He got 3 of his fucking kids and daughters and shit. And hey, they just take care of his own fucking kids and sit on the internet with his nose in the fucking camera.
I mean,
All fucking
coming online begging, so you know, she could come online and beg too. I mean, there's a market for that. So
yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm like, it's plenty of people that are doing it. It's too many different ways. But you know, when you just say like this is hard, it's not easy. That's when you're supposed to turn that shit into a question. Why is this so hard? How can I make it easier? That'll get the brain going.
But you're gonna have to actually do it though. That's the thing, Aunt. A lot of people do, like when you give people solutions to their problem, they be like, well, that's too hard. I don't want to do that. And it's just like, okay, then don't do nothing then. Stay in the same situation that you're in and don't do anything.
Tay, but that's old school Darwinism. Natural selection. You're right. It's hard. So the strong will survive. And your weak ass will perish. Fuck it. You know? The strong have been feeding on the weak since the beginning of time. So thank you, bitch. You're food. Welcome to the world. How may I help you?
Taylor, you hit hard.
You can eat or you can be eaten. That's how the world works. That's how the food chain operates. You know? So, you know, it is what it is. So all of that, this is hard. I don't feel sorry for you. Because without you, how the fuck would the strong folks eat? You know?
But everything that's worth having like is hard. Life is hard. Graduating from college is hard. Graduating from high school can be hard if you have a lot of things can be hard. So
yeah,
things are hard, you know, but things that are worth, you know, in the grand scheme of things that are worth it, you know, it's going to be hard. But some people don't have that, you know. Some people aren't resilient like that. They're not, you know, they don't have that they can't play the long game like that because it's just they want what they want now, right? Like what would she be doing? Like if her children's father, let's say hypothetically speaking, if he didn't leave, what the hell would she be doing other than having more kids?
Bingo. If he was around, all they gonna be doing is fucking. Because she said when he come around, that's all they do.
That's it.
And he drop off a couple of dollars. Baby boy.
About his business.
And that's the truth. Just like ain't nobody gonna feel bad for me or Sheep or any other fucking dude because of who the fuck our baby mama is. Ain't nobody feeling bad for you because of who the fuck your baby daddy is. Let's keep it real. They might tell you that shit on social media. Comment thread might be popping, but trust me, they don't give a fuck. That's why you still complaining. Yep. I'm sure your Cash App or your Give, Send, Go or your GoFundMe is posted in that bitch somewhere, or your PayPal or your Venmo, and you still got a DoorDash. Nobody gives a shit.
Hey, you know.
Somebody would even put in the comment thread, "Hey, what's your Cash App? How can I send you something?" No. All right. Shout out to Mahogany. She was just up here for a little bit. But yeah. Hey, nobody gives a damn. I bet you, yeah, you can have like a million fucking comments in your damn thread, and ain't nobody asking you where can I send the money? What can I do to help you? No, they just gonna tell you what the hell you want to hear. You think that's support? It's not support. Telling you that you ain't the problem. There's nothing you can do. It's not your fault. It's always somebody else's fault. That's not helping anybody. Damn sure ain't helping your kids.
No, especially when you're trying to kill yourself. Like, who gonna raise them then? Like, it's just, I don't know. It's sad. It's a sad
situation. Don't care.
Needs to get those kids.
Care. She don't care. She's in the stage where she doesn't want to be accountable for what she does. She doesn't understand that her lack of sexual discipline led her to where she is. She don't want to accept that. She don't want to accept it. And this is what's happening and going on with a lot of people. They don't want to accept that, hey, I got to change some shit. I can't keep going about things the same way. I can't keep looking at things the same way. I can't keep doing it. It's hard for a lot of people to accept that shit. It is. It really is. And it don't have nothing to do with agenda. It's the person. It's the person and their level of maturity. You know, she 23. She thinks she at the age where she should just be fucking irresponsibly and getting cream pied all day and think I ain't supposed to have no baby. Cause I'm in my 20s. I should be having fun turning up. What does turn up consist of? Getting drunk, getting high, and getting fucked without a condom. Let's be real.
Check this out, right? This is a screensaver on one of my monitors. Right here. Because this is the one I got to share with my clients and shit. So I don't, you know what I'm saying? They can't see the other two. But real shit. Your comfort zone is in one direction and success is in the other. So all of that how I feel shit, this is why nobody gives a damn. Because if all you concerned with is feeling good and what's comfortable for you, and people need to make you comfortable, guess what? Success is in the other direction. They know that shit. People know that. So losing is hard. I mean, losing is easy. Winning is hard. Success, like for real, failure is easy. It's just easy. But I always say, failure is not the enemy of success. Fear of failure is the enemy of success. So at some point, you're going to have to get out there and do something. And just like you were saying in the chat earlier, hey, Tay, there's no guarantee that if you choose the right person and all of that shit, that they won't just leave you. You're right. There ain't no guarantees on shit in life.
Nope.
There aren't.
No.
But does that mean you ain't gonna live life? Life ain't worth living because nothing's guaranteed?
No, absolutely not. I mean, life goes on at the end of the day. I mean, you be hurt momentarily, but then, I mean, you got to get up and keep going. I mean,
especially when you got kids.
Yeah.
Like when you got kids, you know? So I don't be feeling bad.
Mel asked why wouldn't she use birth control knowing she was going through it with the first one. If you talk to a lot of women, they don't like how birth control makes them feel, but they like the feeling of getting pregnant, which I don't understand that. I mean, there are non-hormonal methods of birth control that you can use. I mean, they have
like abstinence.
Abstinence. I mean, you could just not fuck, but I mean, realistically speaking, people, people gonna do what they gonna do. But I mean, there are ways to prevent pregnancies for sure.
As a man, I understand that shit. If I don't want children, I won't make children. I know, like we can't sit here and bullshit like we don't know where babies come from. Like grown ass adults be making it seem like, oh shit, I just got pregnant, like it was just some random act of chance. No, the fuck it wasn't. Everybody, we all know where babies come from. You know? Yeah. So you can use contraceptive. You know what I'm saying? You can use all of the methods of man-made birth control and all of that shit, but none of that shit is 100%. None of that shit's 100%.
Nope.
No. But I'll tell you what it is. Or what? Are there any documented cases of immaculate conception?
Hell no.
I mean, other than Jesus's mama, I don't know how to.
I saw that shit on episode of House or something. But that was on an episode of House. So
I forgot when this theory was, but I believe it was a long time ago. They had a theory called parthenogenesis, which was, you know, proven to be pseudo, but they was trying to say that during that time, you know, there were, you know, basically females who can impregnate themselves without a man. It was called parthenogenesis.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, that was found out to be pseudoscience.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of is what it is. I mean, look, it's not. You said they come from Amazon. Shout out to Sop Passe. Yo. Nah, bro, I'm just saying we can't bullshit like we don't know. So if you don't want any kids, don't make any fucking kids, man.
And let's be real. The world is so sexual now to where sex is not, like, condoms is not even considered nowadays. Let's be real. When I was single, it, you know, chicks was just like, yo, why don't we just show each other our test results and you ain't gotta strap up? Because they want that porn like vibe. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is now. It's I'm not saying that it's a good thing, but that's the reality of shit. A lot of these females, they run into a guy. That's why they want to see your my chart, you know, and then you ain't gotta put nothing on. You know, she showed you her my chart, you showed her yours, you know. Ain't no strapping up. You ain't, only thing you gotta stop at the gas station for is roll up now. Ain't no more condom buying. Once she saw your my chart and it's up to date, you done got this joint in the last 30 days. Come on.
And some ginseng ginkgo biloba.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you, man.
Damn.
So
I take man, niggas is knocking that shit out of place these days, Tay. That ain't shit.
Mine haven't been knocked out of place, not yet. So don't you put that evil on me, Ant.
Niggas is shifting that shit.
Don't put that evil on me. Don't put that evil on me.
Now, you said the non-hormonal. Oh, it was in your arm.
Yeah, that implant in your arm. I mean, some women have different experience. That shit fucked me up. I was, my emotions was all over the place. I was crying for no reason. I was mad.
Damn.
I was eating. I was like, get this shit out of my arm, please.
Damn, that shit fucked you up.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of them things will fuck you up. A lot. You know what I'm saying? Pills, you know, Depo and shit like that. That shit will fuck you up. And of course, a lot of the shit the dudes are doing will fuck you up. You know? It'll fuck up your drive. It'll fuck up your ability to even be able to make babies and make healthy babies. Sheep was talking about it on his show. There was a movie a while back, that Mercury Rising movie. You know, they were kind of like equating, you know, the spike in autism rates to mercury, and of course other things. You know, other things, from the foods to the vaccines that they're giving these kids, and their mothers and parents and shit like that. They're like, should be having side effects. So, you know, I'm like, the best thing to do, you know, is abstinence. Like, if you don't want children.
That's a fact.
You know, if you don't want children, and also all of that promiscuity and putting all of that crazy ass shit in your body, like, just ask yourself that. You know, like, with the exception of just a bunch of like disease and shit like that, why, without all of this technology and medicine, why were there more healthy children? You know what I'm saying? Healthy children, and women were having 8, 9, 10, 12 fucking kids and shit. Back in the 30s, 40s, those families were huge.
Yep.
Yeah.
Women are not even conceiving children at that rate no more.
Like, just, you know what I'm saying, just the spike in just infertility. Dudes are sterile and not by choice. Like, real shit.
Yeah, dudes have a lot of low sperm count. Facts.
For real.
Then a lot of dudes have unhealthy sperm. So there's a lot of shit going on, and that's due to foods and their lifestyle, and even vaccines they may have got. Because a lot of boys grow up, especially if they grew up in special ed, they could have got vaccinated with some shit, and a lot of them vaccines make boys, when they become men, it makes them sterile.
There you go. Or what they say, I heard somebody say that, like, bro, you see the class action lawsuits popping up and shit, commercials. Yo, if your kid took this medication or you took this medication and you developed breasts, if your son took this and he got breasts,
gynecomastia. Gynecomastia. That's what it's called.
That's real. Let me give a shout out to Just Me, aka the cheerleader. She got that super chat going on. And Dr. Umar.
Donations. 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 Gifts. 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 More gifts. More gifts.
Real. Appreciate that. As she said, enjoyed this conversation, Auntie. Much needed discussion. It's about the children. They are innocent. Families, parents, stop cursing them. Hold up. All right. Or calling them out of their names. Discipline them with love. If they don't have you, who do they have? Now, I agree with that 100%. That's why shit like this right here, I can never get behind that. I can never get behind that, because just like Sheep was saying, like, look, all that, oh, well, she's immature and shit like that. Look, once you become a parent, you are an instant fucking adult. Instant. I don't give a fuck, you 13, 14, 15 years old. You are an instant fucking adult. So I agree with what Sheep said. Stop being grown. Stop being grown. If you ain't ready to be grown. Because it ain't easy being grown. So I don't want to hear about how this shit is not easy.
Exactly.
No. It's not like, it's not supposed to be easy. It can be real simple. I don't know, man. Maybe that was us. It's older folk, man. We grew up in a time where people just got shit done. Even women, they got shit done.
Yep.
I saw that.
All the crying and all that shit.
Yeah,
our
you dropped
mama cried too. Our mama
Whatever.
cried that night. The fuck.
For real.
No, my mama did. The fuck.
That's
What
it.
that
Yeah,
mean?
you start with that CNA, but then you go get that LPN, that RN, whatever, so you can get all that bread, man, and get yourself 3 jobs. I know my grandmother did that shit, man. She was never at home with them damn. She was hardly ever home. Hardly ever home. But she made sure she had this big ass house with a pool in the motherfucking backyard. Pretty much told my grandfather, told his ass to leave and made sure her kids had a nanny. She took care of all of that shit. Never heard her complain about that shit one time. Never heard her complain about that shit one time. I mean, that's hard or whatever. That shit was just a way of life. People got that shit done. If you wanted to live a certain life, hell, one job wasn't enough. It was hard. Get another one. And get another one. When people like, yo, you need 2 incomes. I'm like, my grandmother, God rest her soul, she was saying that shit in the 90s. She's like, I don't know how the fuck people live with one job. And she was on this shit. She was just like, look, I like nice shit. I like driving a nice car. I like having nice shit in my house. I like watching the Home Shopping Network and just ordering what the fuck I like. You know what I'm saying? I come Christmas time, holidays, birthdays and shit. I like making sure y'all get whatever the fuck y'all want. So I'm going to make sure the money in them accounts. Make sure my credit cards never decline.
Ain't got shit to do with your, and they ain't got shit to do with your grandfather. They ain't had shit to do with what your grandfather did or didn't do. That's just her. That's just how she was. They ain't had nothing to do with a man. That's just how she was as a woman. Come on now. if y'all want us men to respect y'all and see y'all as individuals, y'all gotta act so. Y'all gotta act like it. And them women back in the day, they did they fucking thing. No matter what grandpa did. Grandpa could have paid all the goddamn bills. Some of our grandmamas still went to work. And then some of our grandmamas who didn't work, like my grandmother, my father's mother, she never worked. But guess what she did? She used to run card games out the house.
That too. I seen that shit.
She made money. She just wasn't sitting around collecting handouts, and she kept the house up for my grandfather. So it never was a time where it wasn't hard, where we wasn't struggling. That's not life. You know when your ass get the rest, when you in that coffin, that's when all the cares are gone, truthfully. When you ain't got to really worry about nothing. As long as you here, you're going to worry about something. You're going to deal with something. You're going to have to overcome something. That's life. And it's too much people who want to push this narrative of, well, why should I have to struggle? That's not life, man. Nobody in life. We finding this out through the Diddy trial and what's happened to hip hop and Hollywood, that these people struggle more than broke people. They got more problems than us. Rent and shit and bills and shit is the least of their problems, but they got to deal with other shit that we ain't got to worry about. That shows you the dynamic of life. So even people who are on the other side of not dealing with the things we talk about all the time, they have problems that we can't imagine. Could you imagine, Aunt, having Magic Johnson's son as your son?
No.
Come on, bro. See, that's a whole nother type of problem. That's a whole nother way of thinking you will have to develop as a man to deal with that.
Yeah, no.
I don't think you would even want that issue ever. I think you would rather have money issues than that.
Yeah.
No, I would.
Yeah, money issues. Okay, I'll take money issues. All that other.
Right. I'll deal with any. I don't ever want to deal with that.
Yeah,
I don't want my daughter coming home like young MA.
Yeah, bro.
I don't
Money
want
is
to deal with them type of problems. No. So it's never a time in life where it's like, oh, I'm just not going through nothing. Because even look at the other video. Homegirl said that nothing was wrong, but something was wrong.
This shit.
That's life.
Yeah. That's deep. Tay, did you comment on this video right here? Tay?
No, I didn't.
Also, I put something in the back chat for you too. A sheep, because I'm probably in this in a little bit, and you know what I'm saying, try to get a redirect going on. I appreciate everybody that was redirected from Nightish's stream earlier. You know what I'm saying? This was a good combo.
Probably later.
Okay.
Yeah, probably later.
It's all good. Y'all make sure I'm gonna drop everybody's link in the chat again. But
Yeah,
now
I
this
might go
one.
live at 3. I'm thinking about
Okay.
going live at 3.
All right, that's cool. That's cool. I mean, if y'all want to sit up here, keep the conversation going, I could, you know what I'm saying, redirect folks over there, because that redirect feature is pretty cool. You don't need it though, dog. You got a big old audience, dog. Everybody just tune in to hear you. No, real shit, bro, because you be cooking, bro. You be cooking. But I thought this was cool because I'm not that shit going on DJ Hams. I'm not breaking that bullshit down. That soap opera shit. I'm not even gonna fucking do that shit, man. Or
that shit is...
with Jay Piss and Flounder, because that's what I call them. Jay Piss and Flounder.
That shit, man.
Real shit. That's a fucking clown show.
The audacity.
He's literally the mascot of the sector. And I think that people use him from time to time just to get people to come in and laugh and get a couple dollars and shit. You know, I see people do that every once in a while. They call out Jay Prince.
Hell,
Jay
I've done
Prince gonna bring over 100 in the box. He gonna come up. He gonna talk his shit. He gonna get crazy. People gonna get, then people gonna put the bounties up. That's people got to give Jay Prince that, especially certain platforms. Now, not your shit, because you hold your shit down according to real content. But a lot of these review platforms, they use J Prince to bring in that energy, and then that energy brings in money into the space because it brings that Fight Club energy. You really don't give a fuck about that.
But check this out, right? If y'all want to talk about that, like, what if like, let's say a big conglomerate like Burger King, for example, or whatever, franchise model. What if their model was, look, we just going to give y'all food that you can't stand and you can pay us extra to get it off the menu? Well, you think that would be a sustainable business model?
I mean,
what restaurant, what successful company, that's their model? We're going to give you shit you hate and you can pay us to get rid of it.
That sounds crazy. That don't even sound like a business.
So why the fuck would I give you guys some shit that's, yo, hey, well, if you don't like it, pay me and I'll drop it down.
Because people
How would I do?
Because people aren't trying to hear anything that's real or educational. They want to be entertained, and his stories and the way he carries himself is entertaining. You know, it's entertaining, and people want to be entertained. So I mean,
I'm just saying, look, I study business models and analytics for a living. That's not a sustainable one. That's why Fight Club don't exist no more.
Hey, people gonna have to get tired of it, though. People
don't know, because people don't realize that shit, because Anton was smart enough to pivot that shit before it failed. Because that's what you're supposed to do in business. You're supposed to rebrand and renovate early.
But people are gonna have to disengage from that altogether, though. So that's the thing. People aren't disengaging from him to where he, you know, I don't know what he be talking about. I'm not, the only times that I really hear him and see him is when he be on other people's platforms. I don't listen to him on his own channel, but people are engaged in that, and they, you know, they're giving him horrible advice, you know, because they want to be entertained. Like, a lot of these people on here ain't shit. They're really not.
Like I said, you want to see clowns? You go to the fucking circus. You hire clowns for children's birthday parties. That's the fuck you hire clowns for. Who the fuck hires clowns to entertain grown-ass adults?
It.
I don't. That shit is insulting.
I understand.
Yeah, but it's cool. Yeah, it's cool. I get it. There's a certain type of person that either wants to be insulted or doesn't know that they're being insulted. You know. So hey, keep insulting them. You know, it's all gravy.
Hey, they like it. I love this shit.
Hey, it's all good, because I ain't gonna lie. That shit. The shit do be funny from time to time, just like an episode of Ridiculousness. I laugh my ass, or Jackass. Remember that show? It was funny as hell.
Jackass.
Boy jumped in the tank because used to fucking use a staple his father's fucking. You know what I'm saying? Use a staple gun, staple fucking paper to his father's fucking arms and shit while he was asleep all the time and shit. Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, that was Bam. Bam used to do that.
And then it wasn't. How long is that shit going to last?
We'll see. As long as motherfuckers is engaged, it's going
that W shit. ECW. Yo. You feel me? Whatever. You know what I'm saying? You're going to light the ring on fire. You're going to have crucifixions and shit. Yeah, you got to have a syringe match and all of that shit. Eventually, you can't top this shit next week. We can't top that shit. What's next? What's next?
You know,
you're right. It isn't sustainable at the end of the day. It isn't. But you know, people how they look at it is if it's not broke, don't fix it. If people gonna keep paying for it, they're gonna keep giving it to them. That's what I think it is at this point. Honestly, and I don't think it's There's only a few of us content creators in this space left with integrity, and you know we present content and we present conversations with integrity. There's only a few of us left, so the rest is just fake industry motherfuckers. For real.
Nah, that's real. What up, bro, in Berlin?
How you doing, sir?
Or AKA what the funk? What up,
How
bro?
you doing? Man, that analogy that you made kind of helped me connect the dot, and I wanted to kind of make a point and see what you guys think. Because it's not sustainable, but on a global scale, the minstrel show is always going to be sustainable. And with the internet being one of America's main inventions that's impacted the world on a global scale, TikTok, all these things where you see these random black people either doing skits or even showing the real life, but a lot of times it's skits. It's a minstrel show to go viral because other people in other countries are watching this, and that's what's giving them the money to keep being rewarded to continue this minstrel show, whether they know it or not. Do you agree or disagree?
I would agree. I can't disagree with that.
So, like people like yourselves and the people who are trying to have honest conversations with integrity about solutions, about things that could actually improve the black community, even the black people don't consume that because we're all entertained, even us, by the minstrel shows.
I gotta say, look, people watching here at the home of the official YT Purge, like, fuckery is not outlawed here. We do that shit, but it's a time and a place for that shit. Time and a place for that.
Right, and you usually, and we've had our disagreements, but there's one thing I've always thought about your platform is that you always are attempting to make the conversation go full circle, whereas a lot of other platforms, they only want to make it go full circle into the argument and then the laughter and then the degrading and then that's the end of the show. You've always attempted at least to try to make someone's point or make the thing go full circle, and you don't swim in the bullshit. You'll put your toe in it because you know that it is funny for a bit, but after a while it stops becoming funny. It's like when you see someone get knocked the fuck out, our base reaction is like, oh shit, Chris Tucker, you got knocked the fuck out. And then once we kind of realize the consequences, then we want to have empathy. That's what's kind of happening in this YouTube space, where our initial reaction to this stuff is laughter and comedy. But then when we kind of really sit down with ourselves and think about it, we might realize like we need to have empathy about this and think this through. This is not really that funny. And what we're showing to the globe is that we are very trivial and laughing at very juvenile things.
But they even taught the kids this shit, right? I can remember there was this episode of SpongeBob SquarePants, right? Where this motherfucker just split his pants or some shit, right? He bent over, split his pants, and the motherfucker got famous as hell. Pretty much would have been equivalent today of going viral.
Like the Bart Simpson.
That was my favorite episode of SpongeBob.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about. I split my pants and
The
did that shit
song.
like 100,000 times or whatever. And then one day he came out and just split his pants and nobody laughed.
Yeah.
Because it ain't funny no more.
Is that where the meme came from? Like, oh, this guy sucks. Is that where that meme came from? That episode, I think.
I think so. But
okay,
it is at some point, man, you got to do something else.
Yeah,
You gotta do
you're
something.
absolutely right about the Anton thing, about how he definitely made a smart business move to pivot. He's done it twice. He pivoted first from Lapeef, which was a perfect timing. And then he also pivoted again. And then he ended up just kind of creating his own platform. But at the same time, he made a side channel to have the conversations that kind of got him on Fox News and doing the other stuff. So he pivoted and ended up splitting and going in two different directions, which was whatever you want to think about Anton, you can think about Anton. But from a business standpoint, that's smart.
No, I mean, you're always supposed to. I said this shit years ago. I was like, yo, fuck it, I'll rebrand early before I have to rebrand late.
Yeah.
If I have to. Like, for real. You don't ever want to do it too late. You rather do that shit too early. You know? So I can't blame him, you know? But
he understood the market. He understood the algorithm. He understood YouTube probably better than a lot of people. So clearly he saw what was coming and he got ahead of the curve. I think he realized once Kevin Samuels passed away that it was all going downhill from there. So he needed to go ahead and get ahead of the curve.
Also, you gotta do you. Shout out to Sheep Stay Sleep and all of the other creators that can just hold down their shit. Hold down their shit. I mean, these panels and shit are cool. It's nice for the discourse and the fuckery and all of that. But if you can't hold down your shit, what like you probably don't really have much of a brand.
I think a lot of times people get caught up in the views and the instant gratification, but for me, I always looked at my platform as that, as a platform, as something that people can use as a form of reference for information and guidance years from now. So that's why I've always made content the way I have, and that's what made me pivot early on. That's what made me pivot and get back on what I was always on. And that's what always kept me afloat, honestly, because I always treated this, I never treated it like a hustle. I never even treated it like a business, honestly. I treated it like a platform and me getting my voice out there. So when I actually get out in the world and get to doing the work, like me going back to school and all of that stuff now, and I've been doing for the past year, when I actually get out in the community and people start asking me, well, how long you been doing this and all of that, I can revert them back to my platform and actually have people who supported me and actually have proof and evidence that I've been doing some work, even though it was social activism, but my work is verified, and qualified by the people, and then I actually went to school and got the paperwork, and now I'm actually in the community doing the work. So that's why my platform is the way it is now, and it has the impact that it has now. And shout out to everybody who supports me, because I was able to build a support base of people who are actually helping me get through school. My audience and my supporters encourage me to go and get the degree in psychology to become a therapist because of the things that I speak about on my platform. So it's like, yo, you already doing this. You just need the paperwork, bro. Go get it. And the people encourage me to do it. They keep me inspired, and they're helping me financially. So that's how I always treated this. And that's because that's how I always viewed it.
Well, that sounds like you're moving and you're creating something in the same alchemies of art. There's some people who are artists and they only will create what they think the people want, and then try to make a profit on that. And there's a lower class of artists that are actually more authentic to art, and they just create and build relations with people who support their art. That way they can create what they want, and they have a support system that's going to honor them no matter what they do. So they don't have to feel like, okay, I want to paint this because I know so-and-so will like it. They're allowed to just exist in their art and get celebrated. But most artists are actually only creating art with the idea of, okay, what will sell? What will people want? And in that case, you're not really an artist anymore. You're a product.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I agree with that.
No, that's real. Because usually the word starving is put before artist. Most famous artists didn't get famous and shit until they died.
Or until they made a mistake that was so bad that their art was then for some reason valuable.
Yeah.
But they don't get the benefits of the art becoming valuable because they made a mistake and they're in jail or dead.
Like Virgil.
Great example, yes.
That's the truth.
What Biggie say? You're nobody till somebody kills you. But it's not even that anymore. It's once you are gone, then all of a sudden you're valuable. Now all of a sudden, all your work, it's like, do we have to wait for Sade to pass away before we actually give her the flowers that she deserves? Like, why can't we do this while people are here? Everyone gives a fuck once you die, and it's like, why don't we give these people their flowers of how they really impacted? You know how many of us are here on this earth because of Sade? You know how many babies have been born in the Black community, or how many relationships were healed because of Sade? How many of our parents got back together probably because of Sade? Like, she has made an integral part on this Black community, and yet nobody will talk about that until she's dead. Just a random analogy.
Well, that's the truth. No, that's the truth. But no, like, shout out to Sade. And we still listening to Sade. Matter of fact, I think I'm gonna probably end this one right now. I know I'm setting up a redirect right now to everybody at the boiler room. Y'all are gonna be redirected to Big Brenda Clark with the shit. You know what I'm saying? She's live right now. And at the home of the official YT Purge, I will be redirected to DJ Cuda. He's doing his Sunday drop right now. You know what I'm saying? So he's live. You know what I'm saying? But y'all also make sure I'm going to drop the links to DS1, Sheep Stay Sleep, as well as Tay Tay. Y'all make sure y'all hit the notification bells for when they go live. And we're going to jump out with these final thoughts because I got some shit to do for the rest of the day. So whoever wants to go first, y'all can start it off. Y'all kick it off. Saying we get these final thoughts out. But I appreciate y'all coming through. This was a great convo. I told you it was too many topics that we wanted to cover, and I still ain't cover all of them. So we're gonna be doing rants and shit all through the week. And get
Thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure.
Hey, it was thank you for coming. I'm dropping Tay Tay's link in the chat too. Because she said she'll be going live. I know Sheep's gonna be live at 3 p.m. Eastern time. So I just put his link there. And
I'm going to go to the gym first, but I'll probably be live later on.
All right.
Yeah.
Rover link. You feel free to drop your link in the chat too. But you want to jump off with the final thoughts?
Absolutely. Of course, I'm doing things on my channel, but as always, rest in peace, Neely Fuller. People check out Hip Hop Cartoons. The code is going to help you figure some things out, and we have to start supporting the people who are giving us content that are prevalent and positive for the outcomes that we want. Hip Hop Cartoons, Neely Fuller Jr., rest in peace.
Man, shout out to you, bro. Appreciate you coming up. You know what I'm saying? Adding something productive to the conversation. I know we don't be seeing a lot of that shit in these spaces, but you know what I'm saying? Hey, we trying to change the current a little bit, but in order to change that shit, we got to stir it in the other direction. So there's going to be some pushback, whatever. We just got to try. You know what I'm saying? Just put some extra elbow grease into that bitch, bro. That's it.
Absolutely, bro. Be easy. And thank you again for the time on your platform.
I appreciate you, bro. Thanks. Salute. Sheep.
Appreciate you, man. As always, bro. You definitely got my support, man. Salute to you. Great conversation. As always, man. This is actually one of my favorite shows that you do, Coffee and Chill. So salute to you, man. Keep the content coming. And y'all enjoy y'all Sunday, man. Peace.
Salute. Peace. Shout out to Sheep Stay Sleep. Y'all make sure y'all sub to him, man. It's always great content over there at DS1 Ross Sheep Stay Sleep TV. Him, the moderators, but don't go over there with that bullshit, man. Ain't none of that trolling bullshit. They ain't having it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the new subs. Shout out to Nightish with the redirect over here. Everybody that supported the stream. You know what I'm saying? Our show sponsor, Lee's, as well as Just Me, a.k.a. the cheerleader. Something to think about with L. Nixon, TMKC. You know what I'm saying? Everybody that supported, man. We really appreciate y'all. And anybody that wants to make sure y'all cop the membership link. That should be posted. Do I have that shit posted in Yeah, that's posted in both description boxes. I think we'll leave it up on both channels for a minute. We're going to make a lot more of the privated content public in the very, very near future. Also, make sure you guys hit the notification bell. We will be scheduling at least one other marketing stream. You know what I'm saying? We'll be talking about the ins, outs, do's, don'ts, wills, won'ts, mistakes that different companies have made, and also good things that other companies have made, and just ways that you guys can put that into, your own branding or you can kind of see the things that other companies do, and just be aware of a lot of stuff going on. But on that note, man, it was definitely he said, you know what I'm saying, you'll get an Uber real quick over at Sheeps. Nah, you know what I'm saying? Appreciate that. Y'all make sure that y'all sub over there and hit the notification bell. Like I said, at Auntie's The Boiler Room, you're going to be redirected over to Big Brenda Clark with shits. And at the home of the official YT Purge, you're going to be redirected over to DJ Kuda, aka the Mental Chewing Gum. I think it's the Mental Chewing Gum podcast or something like that. I don't know what he changed the name to. Shout out to Rogue C2. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to text Kuda and get banned. Hey, I can't help that. I can't help that. As the trolls should. Fuck them. Shout out to you, Emperor. Salute, bro. Salute. And again, we got to thank everybody for the
donations, gifts, more gifts.
Appreciate all that, man. I got to get up out of here, man. Y'all enjoy y'all Sunday. I am out of coffee, so you know what's up, man. NFL preseason then kicked off, so we're going to see what's going on with that. Hey, we're going from coffee to beer. Peace, y'all. Y'all have a good day.